Chapter 1156. Gu Nianji didn't take the phone from Mingxing's hand calmly. She just raised her chin at her. Rong Mingxing rolled her eyes at her and played the video. Gu Nianji looked down for a while. Special Assistant Yang's figure appeared on the phone screen. Soon, his voice came out. The location has been sent to you. Gu Nianji's phone can still be used. You have to be careful. I've already sent the 2 security guards far away. Don't complicate things. After all, they are domestic military police. If they die here, the domestic military fanatics will go crazy. How do I know why it can still be used? Can't you block the signal? What a bunch of useless people. Are you really the elites of the Japanese Secret Service? You're not faking it, right? Gu Nianji's hand tightened and she almost pulled the trigger. Rong Mingxing trembled all over and said angrily. Do you know how to shoot? Don't point at my head. What if it goes off? Don't make me regret coming to save you. Gu Nianji came back to her senses, narrowed her eyes, glanced at her indifferently, and retracted her arm. The barrel finally left Rong Mingxing's head. Rong Mingxing let out a long sigh and felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She covered her chest and slowly squatted down. Looking at the dust on the ground, she wiped her tears and cried. Sob, sob, sob. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. I really didn't want to kill you. I didn't dare. I was afraid. I'm not a traitor. I'd rather die than conspire with the Japanese. Gu Nianji, damn it. She was still crying. Did she want her to thank her for not killing her? Gu Nianji held the pistol in one hand and walked around the table in the middle of the room in a somewhat irritated manner. Rong Mingxing was too upset. She only felt that the road ahead was long and hopeless. She had almost gone from being favored by the heavens to being a prisoner. Such a strong contrast almost broke her spirit. Gu Nianji didn't want to persuade her. She could understand her anxiety, panic, and uneasiness. At this time, crying was the best way to vent. After crying, she felt relieved. It was useless to persuade her. Gu Nianji simply walked over to the window and peeked through the gap between the wooden boards nailed to the window. The curtains on the window had long been torn into strips of cloth, hanging on the window. They were dirty and black, and their original color could no longer be seen. They looked like the ragged clothes of a witch. It was extremely horrifying. She stared out of the window and found that the noise outside was getting louder. Gu Nianji's heart thumped. She thought that if the surroundings were very quiet, then if something happened to her here, it would be discovered very quickly. However, if the surroundings were already very noisy, then even if she screamed her lungs out, no one would hear her. Were those people coming? Gu Nianji blew on the muzzle. She was actually a little excited to try it out. Rong Mingxing cried her heart out and dispelled the accumulated depression in her heart. She didn't feel so bad anymore. Wiping away her tears, she stood up from the ground and saw Gu Nianji holding the gun with both hands. She leaned against the wall by the window and looked out. The window had actually been sealed with wooden strips and the room was dark, so it was impossible to see inside from the outside. However, standing inside and finding the gap between the wooden strips, one could still see outside. There wasn't much furniture in the room. There was a square table in the center, like a square table in the Huaxia Empire. There was a cupboard in the corner of the room that was as tall as a person and looked very bulky. On the other side of the room was a bed, but it had collapsed as if it had never existed. Gu Nianji was standing sideways by the window with her head at a certain distance from the wall. Her figure was straight, her long legs were separated, and the legs of her skinny pants were tucked into her marten boots. Her coat was a men's hunting jacket. The sleeves were a little long, and she rolled them all up to her elbows. They were piled up there, and she actually had a bit of a military vibe. Rong Mingxing looked at it and snorted disdainfully. She asked in a low, muffled voice. You really know how to shoot? Where did you get the gun? Is it a real gun? Gu Nianji didn't even turn her head. She said hoarsely, of course it's a real gun. As for where I got it, it's so messy outside. Can't I just pick it up? Rong Mingxing, she walked to the window and looked out as well. She said worriedly, let's go. The location of this place has already been discovered. They're here to look for you. Rong Mingxing had taken a shortcut. Even Special Assistant Yang wasn't as familiar with this route as she was. However, Gu Nianji was a little uneasy. Originally, He Jichu had asked her to wait here until Speaker Long's people came to pick her up, and then she would follow him back. But now Rong Mingxing said that Speaker Long's people had been lured away, and the people coming over were the elites of the Japanese Secret Service. These people were working with Special Assistant Yang to kill her. She didn't quite believe it at first, but after watching the video and hearing what Special Assistant Yang said with her own ears, she was shaken. Thinking about it carefully, could it be that Special Assistant Yang hadn't gotten over it at all? More than a decade of hard work had been destroyed by Gu Nianji in one day. It was probably very difficult for him to get over it, so he went down the dark path. If she returned to Speaker Long's side, she would have to face Special Assistant Yang. Gu Nianji wasn't sure if there would be any results if she went to Speaker Long to report Special Assistant Yang. After hesitating for a while, she wanted to call Speaker Long again to ask what was going on. But if Special Assistant Yang was indeed the mole, would it put Speaker Long in danger if she called Speaker Long? What if Special Assistant Yang found out that the conspiracy was exposed and went all out and took Speaker Long hostage? Gu Nianji knew that Special Assistant Yang didn't want to fall out with Speaker Long now, so Speaker Long should be safe. But if she didn't call Speaker Long to verify, could she believe Rong Mingxing? Although Rong Mingxing showed her the video, who knew if the video was fake or not? What if there was no problem with Special Assistant Yang, and the problem was with Rong Mingxing? Before there was conclusive evidence, Gu Nianji decided not to believe either side. After all, one's life was their own, and everyone only had one life. She rubbed her phone and thought of He Jichu again. But when she thought of how He Jichu had used her phone to go online just now, she didn't know if she could get a call now. And when she thought of the trap they had set up, if she kept contacting them, would they see through it? The more Gu Nianji thought about it, the more hesitant she became. After a while, she put away her gun, returned to the small table, and sat down. She propped her long legs up and said calmly, I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, you leave. You. Rong Mingxing never thought that Gu Nianji still wouldn't believe her. Gu Nianji lowered her head and held the gun in her hand on the edge of the table. She said in a low voice, I have to think about it. Do you have any other evidence besides the video? You really don't believe me. Rong Mingxing trembled with anger. Fine, if you don't believe me, I'm leaving. As she spoke, she rushed to the door. At that moment, there was a banging sound from the door. Rong Mingxing immediately stopped. Gu Nianji also straightened up and tilted her head at Rong Mingxing warily, asking her to step back. Rong Mingxing quickly walked to the door and stood close to the wall between the door and the window. Gu Nianji didn't say anything either. She just held the gun with both hands and pointed it in the direction of the door. The person outside knocked for a while and began to call Gu Nianji's name. Miss Gu. Is this Miss Gu? We were sent by Speaker Long to pick you up. Open the door quickly. Speaker Long has already received your location text message. The person who knocked on the door spoke fluent Mandarin from the imperial capital. Just from the accent, it was impossible to tell which country he was from. Gu Nianji didn't speak. Her long eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she quietly listened to the conversation outside the door. She wanted to find a flaw that would either prove that the person outside was fake or that Rong Mingxing had ill intentions. The room was quiet, and the two of them deliberately slowed down their breathing. The person outside waited for a while and couldn't help but become suspicious when he saw that no one was speaking inside. He took a step back and exchanged a look with the person next to him. The other person understood and continued to knock on the door. "Miss Gu. We were sent by Speaker Long to pick you up. Are you inside? If you are inside, please come out quickly, okay? The mob over there is coming this way, and we don't know what crazy things they will do. There are only two of us, and we can't stop so many people." Gu Nianji's lips opened and closed, and she almost spoke, but suddenly remembered that Speaker Long had always told the security personnel that she was Lawyer Gu, and the security personnel were also used to calling her that. But these two people kept calling her Miss Gu. That was very subtle. So she restrained herself, pursed her lips tightly, and didn't speak. Rong Mingxing was scared out of her wits. She was afraid that Gu Nianji wouldn't believe her and would rush out. In that case, the two of them would die together. Time passed quietly, and soon 15 minutes had passed. Looking at the time, the two real security personnel who had taken the long way were probably about to arrive. As soon as they arrived, the two imposters would be exposed. At this time, the person outside couldn't wait any longer and whispered, "Forget it, I just looked out the window, and it was dark inside. I don't know if there was anyone inside. Let's do it, I think there's probably no one inside. If we're sure there's no one, we'll look again. I don't believe this woman can run to the sky." The other person nodded. "Do it. Then we'll chase after her." They raised their guns and fired a few shots at the lock of the door. Rong Mingxing was so scared that she hugged her head and squatted down by the door with her hands covering her ears. Gu Nianji was convinced that the people outside were fake security personnel. She believed Rong Mingxing's words and gestured at her with the gun to signal her to lie down. Then she put down the table behind her and used it as cover. She hid behind the table and raised the gun to aim in the direction of the door. Boom! A small round hole was shot through the lock of the door by the two men. The person outside half squatted down and looked inside the hole that had just been shot. Gu Nianji's eyes and hands were quick. She aimed in the direction of the door and fired a shot. The bullet whistled through the man's eye and went straight into his brain. The man didn't even make a sound. He fell on his back and immediately died in front of the door. The other person was shocked and angry. He blurted out, "Bastard," followed by a series of indistinct Japanese words, completely exposing their identities. Gu Nianji no longer hesitated and prepared to fight. She rolled backward and quickly moved away from the table. She pushed down the heavy cabinet in the corner of the room and hid behind it. When the cabinet fell to the ground, there was a loud bang in the room. Even the ground seemed to tremble. The people outside were startled and simply ignored everything else. They raised their semi-automatic submachine guns and fired at the door, turning the table into a beehive. In an instant, the wooden table was riddled with holes, wood shavings flew everywhere, and the entire table instantly collapsed. This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone of your recommendation tickets. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. The second watch at 1:00 in the afternoon and the third watch at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to the leader, Momo Moshi, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1157. Gu Nianji crouched in the narrow space between the cabinet and the inner wall, unable to lift her head from the fierce assault of the submachine gun. Rong Mingxing lay on the ground, not daring to move, and almost fainted from fear. After a while, the gunfire in front of the house stopped, or it might have been a jam. In short, there was suddenly no more popping sounds, and her eardrums were not used to it. Gu Nianji slowly poked her head out from behind the fallen cabinet, took a quick look, and shrank back again. The door had a fist-sized hole in it, but the door still did not open. Because the iron bar that Gu Nianji used as a latch behind the door was too powerful. The people outside also seemed to be wondering why the door had not collapsed after being shot to this extent. But they did not dare to rush in. The person inside had a gun, and his marksmanship was very good. One of them had already died just now, and the second person did not dare to act rashly. After a magazine of bullets, he turned around and leaned against the door to reload the gun. Bang! A dull gunshot sounded in the distance. A bloody bullet hole suddenly appeared in the man's forehead. He opened his eyes and sat straight down. Both of them were elite field agents of the Tokyo Secret Service in Japan, proficient in Chinese, but they lost their lives in New Delhi, India. Their accomplices, who were lying in ambush in the dark, were stunned and hurriedly shot around, then crawled over and dragged the two bodies away. Gu Nianji and Rong Mingxing waited in the room for a while and found that there was no movement outside. Of course, the noise on the street not far away was still incessant, but no one in front of them continued to harass them. Gu Nianji crawled out from behind the fallen cabinet and moved towards the window. She looked out through the gap in the wooden slats of the window and saw those people crawling on the ground and dragging the two away. Gu Nianji knew that one of them had been shot by her, but how did the other also fall? She thought about it for a moment and concluded that it was Hu Xiaoheng or He Jichu who did it. Because they would hide in the dark to protect her. Just thinking about it made Gu Nianji feel 100 times more energetic and not afraid at all. She stood up from the ground, patted the dust off her body, then reached out to Rong Mingxing and said, "Get up." His voice and attitude were much gentler. Rong Mingxing originally didn't want to accept Gu Nianji's help, but she was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. She had no strength at all and couldn't stand up on her own. He could only hold Gu Nianji's hand and slowly get up from the ground. Her legs and feet were sore, so Gu Nianji had no choice but to half support and half carry her to sit behind the cabinet in the corner of the room. This was the safest place in the house. However, Gu Nianji also knew that she probably couldn't stay here for long. The other party already knew she was here, and they had powerful firepower. Gu Nianji didn't know what He Jichu and the others had arranged, nor did she know if the people they were waiting for would appear. Gu Nianji and Rong Mingxing sat side by side on the ground behind the cabinet. Gu Nianji caressed the pistol with a gentle and beautiful expression. It was impossible to tell that she had just used the gun to kill someone. Rong Mingxing tried several times before she said hoarsely, "Do you believe me now?" Gu Nianji nodded. "I was wrong just now. My attitude wasn't very good. But I can't just rely on your one-sided story and a video to completely believe you." Rong Mingxing was originally quite angry, but after hearing Gu Nianji say this, she wasn't angry anymore. She smiled bitterly and said, "It's actually human nature for you to suspect me. If Special Assistant Yang hadn't appeared to stop me at that time, Speaker Long would probably have suspected me the same way when I said this to him. And at that time, I didn't even have this video. Making such an accusation without any evidence, no matter who it was, they would be suspicious." Gu Nianji nodded and looked at her in confusion. "Actually, you didn't have to come here. Those people were no match for me." Rong Mingxing, she suddenly felt that Gu Nianji was still the arrogant Gu Nianji that deserved a beating. She glared at her. "How would I know you had a gun in your hand? If I had known, I really wouldn't." Wouldn't she? Actually, she still would. Because she didn't know that Gu Nianji was already suspicious of the current situation. Only suspicion would lead to caution. Gu Nianji understood what Rong Mingxing meant, and her heart felt warm. She reached out to hold Rong Mingxing's hand and found that she was still trembling. She squeezed it hard. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Rong Mingxing, she silently pulled her hand out, leaned her back against the wall, and breathed slowly to regulate her breathing. The group of Japanese Tokyo Secret Service elites outside had just finished a phone call with Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang was also surprised. How could Gu Nianji have a gun in her hand? And she refused to open the door. How could this be? Didn't she want to come back? Special Assistant Yang narrowed his eyes, looked left and right, and suddenly realized that one person seemed to be missing from their group. Little Rome. Did any of you see Little Rome? Special Assistant Yang quietly inquired about Rome Mingxing's whereabouts, and looked as if he cared about her very much. Everyone was worried about their own safety, or the safety of Speaker Long, and no one paid attention to the life and death of a small embassy staff member. Special Assistant Yang became anxious at this moment. Could it be that Rome Mingxing had gone to find Gu Nianji? If that was the case, he had to be ruthless. Since Rome Mingxing refused to get on his boat, she would drown herself. Special Assistant Yang sneered and sent another text message to the elites of the Tokyo Secret Service. There should be 2 people in the room. Gu Nianji and Rome Mingxing. Leave no one alive. At the door of the abandoned hut where Gu Nianji and Rome Mingxing were, those people surrounded them again. There was not much time left, and they had to end the battle here before the 2 security personnel arrived. Since they didn't want to come out, they would die inside. A Japanese Secret Service field agent lay on the ground and shouted at the broken door, "The people inside, come out quickly. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you don't come out in 3 minutes, we will use the flamethrower immediately." In order to show that he wasn't bragging, the man waved behind him. Someone appeared with a flamethrower on his back and sprayed it at a crooked tree in front of the hut. The big tree was immediately burned black, and thick smoke rose. But now that the streets of New Delhi were filled with smoke and fire, their side didn't seem out of place at all. When Rome Mingxing heard the words, flamethrower, she was so scared that she couldn't speak. She leaned against the wall in a daze, her eyes glazed over, and she was completely dumbfounded. Gu Nianji wasn't afraid, because she knew that He Zichu and Hua Xiaoheng were secretly protecting her. They had just killed a person. If the other party really dared to use a flamethrower, Gu Nianji was sure that the person wouldn't have had time to spray her hut before he would be buried in the fire. 1 minute. The countdown had really started outside. Rome Mingxing came back to her senses, and her pupils suddenly shrank. She suddenly pushed Gu Nianji away, stumbled out from behind the fallen cabinet, and walked to the window. Gu Nianji didn't dare to speak loudly, so she had to lower her voice and call out to her, "Rome Mingxing. What are you doing? Come back." Rome Mingxing leaned against the wooden gap in the window and looked out, just in time to see the person spraying the tree with a flamethrower. The raging fire and the intense black smoke had a huge visual and psychological impact. Rome Mingxing, who had never experienced these things before, almost had a mental breakdown. She looked back at Gu Nianji and smiled sadly. "Gu Nianji, I owe you this. If I leave, they will think I'm you. You can hide here and wait for them to leave before you go out." As she spoke, she walked towards the door. Gu Nianji was shocked and hurriedly jumped out from behind the cabinet and hugged Rome Mingxing tightly. "Are you stupid? Don't you know the consequences of going out?" "I know. That's what I owe you." Rome Mingxing seemed to be possessed and insisted on going out to die. Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't let her go out, but she also knew that Rome Mingxing's words made sense. The other party had already used the flamethrower. If she still stubbornly stayed here, she would be stupid. He Zichu and Hua Xiaoheng might not be able to rush over to save her from such a distance. He Zichu had also warned her before that such a situation might happen. Gu Nianji took a deep breath, grabbed Rome Mingxing, and said, "Don't worry, if you want to go out, let's go out together." "Ha! Go out together. But they want your life." "I think they want your life now, too." Gu Nianji glanced at her. "You are now an important witness in Special Assistant Yang's treason case. They will kill you. Rong Mingxing shuddered. Really, really? Gu Nianji nodded, her expression extremely serious. How can you joke about something like this? She was about to reconsider her plans when she suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She quickly took out her phone and swiped it open to find a text message. Get out of the hut quickly. There's a Hummer SUV at 9:00 to the Taj Mahal. It was a message from He Jichu. Gu Nianji perked up. You don't have to run out by yourself. Let's go together. It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone of your recommendation votes. Wait until the end of the month to double your monthly vote. It was the third watch at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Please forgive the readers over there. There was a technical failure over there, and the technician is currently repairing it. The morning update didn't show. I don't know if you can see it at the second watch at noon. Mwah. Chapter 1158. Together. But those people outside had flamethrowers. And a gun. Rong Mingxing looked at Gu Nianji in disbelief. If we go out together, wouldn't we be courting death together? It's better to die together than to die alone. Gu Nianji was still in the mood to joke at this time. She patted Rong Mingxing on the shoulder and winked at her. Wait and pray for a miracle. Gu Nianji knew that since He Jichu had sent her this text, he would definitely create an opportunity for her to escape. She took Rong Mingxing to the broken door and looked out. Then, very carefully, she gently pulled the iron bar that was inserted into the door latch. Her gesture was so light that she tried not to make a sound. Boom! Not long after he pulled the iron bar out of the latch, a sudden rumble came from outside, and a cloud of black smoke and dust rose up. The dust was so big that it floated in through the hole in the door. Gu Nianji held the gun in one hand and covered her nose with the other as she kicked the door open. In the open space in front of the door, there was a bus that had been burnt to the point of being deformed. It was as if it had fallen from the sky, smashing into the ground until it almost fell apart. This bus blocked the door of the hut and also blocked the view of the Japanese Secret Service elites. Gu Nianji put down her hand that was covering her nose, grabbed Rong Mingxing's arm, and whispered, "Let's go." The two of them rushed out of the hut and ran in the direction of 9:00. They ran so fast, many times faster than usual. At this moment, a thought flashed through both of their minds. So, when a person is on the brink of life and death, they will really explode with more energy than before. There was a fork in the road at 9:00. Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to pull Rong Mingxing and run towards the fork. Rong Mingxing felt uneasy and asked repeatedly, "Where are you going?" "It's a dead end over there, what should we do?" Gu Nianji didn't have time to pay attention to her. Pulling her along, she sprinted and quickly ran out of the fork in the path. She saw a small path in front of them. There was a black and gray Hummer SUV parked by the roadside. Without another word, Gu Nianji opened the passenger door and stuffed Rong Mingxing inside. He walked around to the driver's side and got into the car. The keys were in the car, so Gu Nianji immediately started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The car screeched and suddenly accelerated forward. When he encountered an obstacle in front of him, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Rong Mingxing almost hit the windshield in front of her due to the inertia. Seatbelt. Gu Nianji reminded Rong Mingxing as she fastened her seatbelt. Rong Mingxing fumbled with her seatbelt and stared at Gu Nianji. "This car is yours." "Of course not." Gu Nianji grinned at her, revealing a few white teeth. "I stole it." "You stole it, yet you're still so happy and arrogant." Rong Mingxing rolled her eyes inwardly. But escaping was more important now, so she didn't want to bicker with Gu Nianji. She looked ahead nervously and asked, "Where are you going?" Looking at the direction, it wasn't the way back to the shopping center or the embassy. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. I don't know either. Not long after, the car behind them caught up. Gu Nianji glanced in the rearview mirror. There were at least 3 Ford SUVs in the same color, and they were aggressively approaching from the left and right side roads. Gu Nianji had no choice but to drive out of the city. And this road, according to the navigation on her phone, was the direction to the Taj Mahal. Gu Nianji was about to go there. She connected her phone to the navigation, put on her Bluetooth headset, found the way to the Taj Mahal, and began to follow the navigation. The traffic on the road wasn't smooth, but the farther she got from the center of New Delhi, the fewer rioting crowds there were, and the fewer obstacles on the road. After driving for a while, Gu Nianji felt much more comfortable. She drove the Hummer SUV nimbly around the people and roadblocks, got on the highway, and sped towards the Taj Mahal. The 3 Ford SUVs chased after her and tried to overtake her, forcing her off the highway. Gu Nianji held the steering wheel and said calmly to Rong Mingxing, "Sit tight." As she spoke, she slammed on the accelerator and accelerated again, driving the Hummer SUV, which had never been known for its speed, like her Ferrari sports car. The scenery in front of her kept changing, and the number of cars on the road gradually increased. Gu Nianji weaved through the gaps of the cars, changed lanes, sped, overtook another car, then changed lanes, sped, and overtook another car. She drove so fast and so hard that the driver of the car she overtook almost broke out in a cold sweat and kept honking at her. Gu Nianji acted as if she hadn't heard it and drove away. Rong Mingxing felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat, and she couldn't help saying loudly, "Can't you drive a little slower? You're speeding." "Speeding? That's impossible." Gu Nianji smiled. "Come and catch me if you can." Rong Mingxing, she was still so annoying. She gritted her teeth and pulled the lever on the roof with one hand, swaying left and right with the car in fear. Bang! There was a loud noise behind the car, and Gu Nianji's heart sank. They opened fire. She quickly changed lanes again, and in a minute, she changed lanes almost 4 times on the highway, and changed back in the blink of an eye. It was as if he was drifting on an empty road. Rong Mingxing couldn't take it anymore, closed her eyes, and screamed. Although Gu Nianji was wearing a Bluetooth headset, she could still hear Rong Mingxing's screams. At this time, she couldn't tell her to shut up. Because this was her instinctive reaction, unless she knocked her out or gagged her. Unfortunately, she couldn't separate herself, otherwise she really wanted to give it a try. Just as the road was bumpy, they finally approached Eric, where the Taj Mahal was located. Traffic jams were common on this road, and a 2-hour drive could be blocked for 8 hours. But there were very few cars on the highway today, and Gu Nianji guessed that everyone had gone to exchange money, so there were no cars on the road. They drove very fast, and it only took them an hour to see the white dome of the Taj Mahal. According to the route indicated by the navigation, Gu Nianji got off the highway and rushed to the Taj Mahal. In the 3 Ford SUVs behind her, the elites of the Japanese Secret Service were a little baffled. Where are they going? Why didn't they go back to the Huaxia Empire Embassy? This is the direction to the Taj Mahal. At this time, they are still in the mood for sightseeing. The people in the car were puzzled by Gu Nianji's destination. They tried to fire on the way to block their way, but the driver was too cunning. He was almost constantly drifting parallel to them on the highway, so they couldn't hit him even if they wanted to. Originally, they thought it was just a simple task, but they didn't expect to encounter a difficult one. These elites of the Japanese Secret Service were a little unconvinced, but they had to be convinced. You haven't even touched their hair, and they have already killed 2 elites on your side. They felt that at this time, they could no longer look at the word elite directly. Seeing the Hummer in front of them get off the highway and slow down, they hurriedly took out their guns, aimed, and continued to shoot. At this time, it was not so convenient to change lanes. Gu Nianji felt that the back of the car seemed to have been hit, and there was a slight vibration, but it was not obvious. She also felt a little strange. Along the way, those cars seemed to be stopping her from going to the Taj Mahal. Was going to the Taj Mahal not the purpose of these Japanese Secret Service elites? Could it be that the goal of He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng was not these Japanese Secret Service elites? It was the third watch. Today was the third watch. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes. The monthly votes will be doubled at the end of the month. P.S. I just found out that the chapters are being blocked again. Both Nianyang and Shuku read less than 11 chapters. I am revising it and preparing to send it to the editor for replacement. Tears flowed. Chapter 1159. It was already noon, and the South Asian sun was like an orange-red pancake, sticking to the hot sky. The pure white and round roof of the Taj Mahal was very striking from a distance. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and looked over, thinking that she had actually arrived there earlier than Speaker Long. For India, the Taj Mahal was too famous. It was more than 200 kilometers away from New Delhi and located in the city of Agra. The Yamuna River flowed on its right side, and the gurgling water nourished the Taj Mahal like a water beauty emerging from clear water. The tall white palace, the quaint bell tower, and 4 white minarets surrounded and guarded it. There was also a rectangular pool in front of the mausoleum, sitting on a 4-story white marble base. It was elegant and solemn, and indeed had the style of an Indian emperor's favorite concubine. In fact, the Taj Mahal was indeed the mausoleum of a favorite concubine. It was built by the Mughal Emperor of India, Shah Jahan, after the death of his beloved concubine, Taj Mahal. This mausoleum was not so much the highest achievement of Mughal architecture and a perfect example of architectural art, but it was more like a testimony to a shocking love. The emperor, who loved his concubine, spent a lot of money and almost paid the price of his own dynasty to build such a mausoleum. Because the Taj Mahal had just been built, the emperor was overthrown by his own son and imprisoned until his death. It was said that after he was imprisoned, he only did one thing every day, and that was to stare at the reflection of the Taj Mahal outside the window. Gu Nianji had fully understood the history of the Taj Mahal before coming to India. However, she understood the history of the Taj Mahal not to prepare for the visit to India with Speaker Long, but purely for the poem on the note that Reinitz had given her. Only let this in teardrop glisten puria ponthi cheekov time. Translation: At the curtain call of love, tears shine on the cheeks of eternity. This poem was an ode to the love between the Mughal emperor and his favorite concubine. Little Girl Needs Daddy was a bit out of place. Gu Nianji had been puzzled, but later she saw Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts and letters that the Japanese old men had sent back and found that the handwriting on them was exactly the same as the handwriting on the note, so her interest was rekindled. Now He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng also wanted her to go to the Taj Mahal. Was there really a secret here? Gu Nianji thought about it as she turned the steering wheel violently. The Hummer SUV roared and made a 180-degree turn on the road along the river, speeding towards the other side of the road. The 3 Ford SUVs chasing after them were not so lucky. To make such a sharp turn, not only did the driver have to be very skilled, but the car's performance and quality were also required to be very good. Although the Ford off-road vehicle was stronger than the Japanese car, it was still a far cry from the Hummer. Gu Nianji swooped onto the path leading to the Taj Mahal, while the 3 Ford SUVs almost flipped over when they turned onto the path. 2 of the cars even scratched each other's bodies. Fortunately, the drivers were strong and quickly drove away, avoiding killing each other. The Taj Mahal is a famous tourist attraction in India. But this time, because India suddenly abolished banknotes, almost all Indians ran to the bank to exchange banknotes. There were only foreign tourists here. Gu Nianji drove off the highway and parked in the parking lot outside the Taj Mahal. She looked around and saw that the 3 Ford SUVs driven by the Japanese Secret Service elites hadn't arrived yet, so they should be safe for the time being. Rong Mingxing's face was pale all the way, and she was so stunned that she couldn't speak. Gu Nianji stopped the car, and when she opened the door to let her get out, she pointed to her stiff legs and couldn't walk at all. Get out. If you don't leave, are you going to wait for the Japanese to blow up the car? Gu Nianji glared at her. You have to get out even if you have to. Rong Mingxing was provoked by her, and she threw herself out of the car. When she landed, her legs were so weak that she almost didn't kneel on the ground. Gu Nianji caught her in time, closed the door with one hand, and remotely locked the car. She then carried Rong Mingxing and ran to the other end of the Taj Mahal parking lot. Because the area of the Taj Mahal was for sightseeing, one could only walk and not drive in. The corridors inside were all cultural relics, and in some places one had to take off their shoes to enter. The ground was covered with thick carpets with ancient Persian dahlias patterns, which were complicated and magnificent. It was a stark contrast to the noble and snow-white lines of the Taj Mahal. Gu Nianji grabbed Rong Mingxing and cheered her on. Quickly stand up and walk by yourself. If you keep dragging your feet like this, they'll both catch up to us. Do you want to fall into the hands of the Japanese? Rong Mingxing shivered and seemed to feel a little strength in her legs. She held Gu Nianji's arm, tested the ground with her feet, and slowly stepped on the ground. That's right. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. If Rong Mingxing really couldn't even walk, Gu Nianji really had to think of other ways. Rong Mingxing panted, looked at Gu Nianji awkwardly, and whispered. You're really amazing. Thank you for not abandoning me. Gu Nianji, she tilted her head to look at Rong Mingxing in amusement. Now you're not saying I rely on men. You see, it's not easy to be me. Rong Mingxing, for the first time, she realized that Gu Nianji's smugness wasn't annoying at all. Instead, it gave her more confidence. In such a harsh environment and dangerous conditions, Gu Nianji didn't panic. Instead, she was full of confidence. She could go to court to argue against the law, and she could use a gun to kill her enemies. It was only right for a girl like her to have more opportunities than others, right? Although Rong Mingxing was a little petty, she could only be sincerely convinced when she met a strong person like Gu Nianji. Okay, don't worship me too much. I'm not a legend, but reality. Gu Nianji winked at Rong Mingxing proudly. The corners of Rong Mingxing's mouth twitched. You're 3 years younger than me, why are you talking about me? Little brat. Pfft, are you really a man to talk about age? I've experienced more things than you've crossed bridges. Gu Nianji smiled. Rong Mingxing looked up at the sky speechlessly and asked her, what are we doing here? Are we going to the Taj Mahal for a tour? Gu Nianji shook her head. Don't go yet, we have to wait for a few people. The two of them sat under the shade of a tree at the other end of the parking lot. In front of them was a row of cars, blocking their view. Not long after, the 3 Ford SUVs also drove to the parking lot of the Taj Mahal. Gu Nianji became vigilant, pulled Rong Mingxing, stuffed her behind a car, and whispered. Stay here and don't move, I'll lead them away. In fact, her hands were itching to take the opportunity to kill these Japanese Tokyo Secret Service elites. It would be best if she could capture a captive so she could directly overthrow Special Assistant Yang. Anyway, she had someone behind her, so she was very bold. Rong Mingxing was very nervous, and she held her hand without letting go. She said in a trembling voice. You're crazy. They have many people. There are many other weapons, but you only have a small pistol. Gu Nianji thought to herself, although I only have a small pistol, I have someone behind me. She smiled slightly, pulled her hand out of Rong Mingxing's, and touched her head. Don't be afraid, I'll be fine. A simple action actually made Rong Mingxing feel like her boyfriend was at the max. Rong Mingxing quickly shook her head and threw away this unrealistic fantasy. Gu Nianji's attention was completely focused on the Japanese. She held the small pistol in both hands, and in a flash, she entered the crowd of cars. It was already afternoon, and the sun was scorching hot. It was as hot as the dog days of summer. The parking lot gate was closed, and no more cars would come in. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Professor He or Major General Hua's people were planning to close the door and beat the dogs? She turned her head and looked around, but she didn't see anyone else. Not far away, the 3 Ford SUVs were parked side by side within the yellow line. The people inside had not yet gotten out of the car, so she didn't know what they were doing in the car. Gu Nianji waited quietly for a while, and silently counted to 5 in her heart. Then she took a deep breath, bent down, and quickly turned around. She raised her gun and aimed at the wheels of the 3 Ford SUVs, and fired 3 shots. Puff! The front wheel immediately deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Gu Nianji fired, she immediately turned back and found another place to hide. As expected, the people in the Ford quickly pulled out their guns and fired a few rounds in the direction that Gu Nianji had fired from earlier. Gu Nianji had already run away, but the cars in the original spot were unlucky. The windows were broken, and the bodies of the cars looked like honeycombs. Most of the cars here were luxury cars. As soon as the bodies of the cars were shot, the automatic alarms in the cars immediately screamed one after another. The parking lot was filled with jubilant car horns, and it even drowned out the rumbling of gunfire. The Japanese Secret Service elites in the Ford SUVs swooshed out of the cars at this time. More than a dozen people were holding guns, and they surrounded Gu Nianji's direction. Gu Nianji took aim at the person furthest to the side in front of her amid the deafening sound of the car horn in the parking lot. She fired with a bang and hit the person's shoulder. The man's hand shook, and he couldn't hold the gun anymore, and it fell to the ground. He was also strong, and he didn't care about the wound on his shoulder. He quickly lowered his head and picked up the gun with his other hand. Gu Nianji aimed another shot at his head at this time. Bang! Another Japanese had fallen. Several other Japanese Secret Service elites saw this and immediately returned fire in Gu Nianji's current position. Their movements were also fast enough, and the bullets almost brushed past her. Gu Nianji quickly turned around and stuck close to the car to avoid the bullets. Following the sniper's principle of changing positions after firing a shot, Gu Nianji ran from the back of the car to the other side. In the large parking lot, she fought with more than a dozen Japanese Secret Service elites alone, and she didn't fall behind. Her pistol was the Glock 18 pistol given to her by He Ji-chu. It could hold 33 bullets, and it could be fired continuously. It had high lethality and accuracy, and it was generally equipped with Special Forces guns. That was why she dared to fight with these Japanese armed with live ammunition. It was a pity that she didn't have a magazine to reload, so she had to use it sparingly. Otherwise, she would have killed these people a long time ago. Not far away, He Ji-chu, who was watching the situation in the parking lot with binoculars, saw this scene and was both angry and amused. "She's so naughty." His cold and indifferent voice carried a touch of affection, and his shimmering peach blossom eyes were full of affection. His eyes followed Gu Nianji's figure, and after a while, he raised his hand and said, "Send some bullets in for her." This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone of your recommendation votes. Wait until the end of the month to double the monthly vote. The second watch at 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third watch at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Yesterday's third watch, Chapter 1151, their target, has changed some details. You can download it again. Mwah. Chapter 1160. Gu Nianji bent down and shuttled through the gaps between the vehicles. She was slender and agile, and she ran and jumped in the parking lot like a deer. Rong Mingxing quietly poked her head out from behind the car she was hiding in. She watched Gu Nianji wander around the parking lot in a coquettish manner, and she secretly admired her. She had always thought that this woman relied on her looks and men to climb up, but she had finally changed her opinion. She was prettier, smarter, more hardworking, and riskier than you. What reason do you have to feel sorry for yourself? Rong Mingxing clenched her fists and secretly thought that when she went back, she must find a good job and be a down-to-earth person. She would no longer want to take shortcuts. Gu Nianji's figure swayed between two red luxury cars, and she immediately attracted the attention of the Japanese Secret Service elites. Over there. They glanced at each other and dispersed tacitly. Relying on their numbers, they planned to outflank her from 4 directions. Gu Nianji suddenly found that there were several fewer people in front of her, and she immediately knew that something was wrong. They must have split up and planned to surround her. Gu Nianji quickly looked around and didn't see anyone else. She thought for a moment and immediately made a prompt decision. She lay on the door of a blue car, holding her Glock 18 pistol in her hand, and aimed at the 4 gunmen in front of her. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her fingers clenched lightly. There were a few gunshots, and 3 of the 4 gunmen in front of her fell. The remaining one immediately raised his gun and fired back, but Gu Nianji had already squatted down and used the car as a cover to avoid the other party's counterattack. The car's automatic alarm also began to blare. Gu Nianji felt like she was going deaf. She squatted down and glanced around. Suddenly, she saw a few legs approaching her from a few cars away. Damn! So they were waiting for her here. Gu Nianji immediately rolled on the ground, raised her Glock 18 pistol, and shot at the approaching legs from the bottom of the car. Ah! Long cries of pain and screams came from all directions from Gu Nianji. The Japanese Secret Service elites who tried to outflank Gu Nianji from the back, left, and right were shot in the legs by her several times. They suddenly lost their ability to move and fell to the ground. Gu Nianji couldn't help but smile. She wanted to give herself a few likes. She held the gun in both hands, arched her body, and moved forward diagonally, approaching the Japanese Secret Service elites who had been shot in the legs by her from behind. She was very careful, afraid that those people would imitate her and shoot her leg from the bottom of the carriage. She kept walking in a direction where they couldn't see her in a straight line. But when she was about to reach those people, Gu Nianji suddenly realized that her gun was out of bullets. F***ck me. This really isn't the right time. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth in hatred. She glanced at the entrance of the parking lot and thought regretfully that she couldn't catch all of them in one fell swoop. If she was given another magazine of bullets, she could pry open the entire blue planet. Gu Nianji was almost amused by her own imagination. She took a step back and suddenly tripped over something. She turned around and was instantly dumbfounded. Just behind her feet, there was a small square wooden box lying steadily. As soon as she saw the symbol on the box, she saw that it was a bullet. Oh my God, she got what she wanted. Just when she wanted to doze off, someone sent her a pillow. Gu Nianji hurriedly opened the wooden box with her pistol and looked inside. There was indeed a neatly arranged box of magazines inside. She counted and found that there were actually 6 magazines. This meant that she had 198 bullets to use. She compared it with her own gun and found that it was a perfect match. She immediately confirmed that He Jichu had sent it to her. She happily waved to somewhere in the distance and mouthed, "Thank you, Professor He." He Jichu saw Gu Nianji waving to the air through the binoculars and saw her mouthing the words. The corners of his lips curled up, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes flickered as he revealed a faint smile. Gu Nianji, who had a magazine, was like a tiger that had grown wings. She took the 6 magazines out of the wooden box and found that they were connected with a belt. It was obviously a standard magazine that could be tied to the waist or carried diagonally across the chest. She immediately tied the 6 magazines loosely to her waist and placed them diagonally across her hip. She then took out another magazine and snapped it into the pistol. Just as she was about to get up, a hot barrel was suddenly pressed against her head. Gu Nianji's whole body trembled, and she knew that it was bad. She had been caught. She had killed so many Secret Service elites, but she hadn't been able to finish off one of them. As a result, she had been caught by this person. Gu Nianji froze in place in silence, but she was shouting wildly in her heart, "Professor He, Hua Xiao. It's time for you to perform." Gu Nianji. The man asked aloud, seeming a little uncertain. Gu Nianji didn't answer and only snorted coldly in her heart. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. You've already caught me, and you're still talking nonsense. If Hua Xiao was here, even 100 heads wouldn't be enough." But in the blink of an eye, she didn't hear the gunshot. Instead, she heard Rong Mingxing's voice echoing in the parking lot. "Let go of her. She's Rong Mingxing. I'm Gu Nianji." The Japanese man didn't quite believe that the woman in front of him, who could fight and run, was the female lawyer Gu Nianji who had won every court battle. The photos and videos he had seen of Gu Nianji were all of Gu Nianji in formal attire with a sweet smile. She wasn't wearing a baggy khaki hunting jacket, rugged marten boots, sunglasses, and holding a weapon. No matter how he looked at it, she looked like a female bodyguard. Suddenly hearing someone say that she wasn't Gu Nianji, he was stunned and subconsciously looked in the direction of Rong Mingxing's voice. Just as he was distracted, Gu Nianji immediately rolled on the ground and raised her hand to quickly pull the trigger. Almost at the same time, an AMR bullet whistled and hit the back of the man's head. A mist of blood rose in front of her eyes, and as if she was watching it in slow motion, the man's head turned into a pool of blood and gushed out. Gu Nianji had never seen an AMR bullet take a life at such a close range. She quickly closed her eyes and rolled into the chassis of the car next to her. Quickly evacuating from there, she got up and ran to the Japanese Secret Service elites who had their legs broken. Gu Nianji couldn't continue to dodge and fire dozens of shots at their shoulders and arms to ensure that they would no longer be able to fight back. However, it was not easy to hit their arms and shoulders at such a close range. It was much more difficult than hitting their hearts in the chest. Gu Nianji missed a few shots and hit 2 people in the chest. The 2 people died immediately. The remaining 3 people were shot in the arms and shoulders, so it was impossible for them to fight back. She let out a long sigh, raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and made an okay gesture to the distance. He Ji-chu put down his binoculars and smiled slightly. He was about to contact Hua Xiaoheng to see where he was now when he suddenly heard a gunshot behind him. He didn't look back, nor did he hesitate. He immediately jumped up and jumped out of the window without hesitation. Several white gunmen with sniper rifles walked in and scolded in a low voice, "Shit. We actually let him escape. This is the 3rd floor." A tall man in black walked in with a submachine gun in his hand. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. His handsome face was extremely cold. He squinted at the parking lot not far away, waved his hand, and ordered indifferently, "Surround the parking lot." This man was Reinitz. It was the 2nd watch. It was the 3rd watch today. Remind everyone of your recommendation votes. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1161. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He Ji-chu brought a lot of people, but a small part of them were in this small building. As a result, when the oriole, Reinitz, appeared, He Ji-chu's small number of people were lost here. Jumping down from the 3rd floor, He Ji-chu quickly contacted his own people through the Bluetooth headset. All teams report the number of casualties. Withdraw the people in the parking lot and go to the main hall of the Taj Mahal. The voices of the team leaders reporting the numbers quickly came from the Bluetooth headset. Roger. Team 2, 9 people, 0 casualties. Roger. Team 3, 9 people, 0 casualties. Roger. Team 4, 9 people, 0 casualties. After a while, a weaker voice said from the Bluetooth headset, Roger. Team 1, 9 people, 5 dead and 2 injured. This team was the people who followed Hijichu to watch from the small building. They were originally the elites of the international mercenary army he had found this time. Someone had caught Hijichu off guard, and it almost made Hijichu lose. Hijichu bared his teeth and was still indifferent. Does Team 1 have a video of the ambush? No. Hijichu didn't say anything more. The remaining 2 of you deal with the aftermath, then go back to the New Delhi hotel and wait for us. Although the remaining 2 people had escaped Reinitz's ambush, it was not appropriate to continue following them at the moment because of the casualties of their teammates. After getting ready, Hijichu ran to the parking lot alone. But halfway there, bullets kept shooting at him from behind. Although he moved quickly and kept using a zigzag route to avoid the aim of the other party, he was almost hit by the bullets several times. Hijichu quickly changed his mind. His figure flashed and no longer ran in the direction of the parking lot. Instead, he ran in the opposite direction while sending a message to Gunyenji through the Bluetooth headset. There's an ambush. Leave the parking lot quickly and meet me at the main hall of the Taj Mahal. At this time, Gunyenji was questioning the Japanese Secret Service elites who had their arms and legs broken by her. Rong Mingxing trembled as she filmed the video to use as evidence. Who sent you? The people lay on the ground with their eyes closed and didn't speak. Gunyenji raised the gun in her hand. Not talking. Pretending to be tough and unyielding. With that said, he shot the man in the middle in the chest and said coldly, if you don't speak, this will be your fate. At this point, some people were more afraid of death. Among the Japanese Secret Service elites, there were also people who were not afraid of death, but unfortunately, they had just been shot dead by Gunyenji. The rest of the people were scared out of their wits by her. They suddenly opened their eyes and asked her, if we tell you, will you let us go? Of course, I'm not a homicidal maniac like you guys. Gunyenji raised her brows. Don't try to figure me out with your dirty thoughts. The Japanese snorted and looked at each other. Finally, one of them pushed out and said, you ask him. Gunyenji held the gun in one hand and opened the recording on her phone with the other. She continued to ask, go ahead. The man hesitated for a moment and said, our information came from Special Assistant Yang. Him. Why him? What information did he give you? What conditions did you offer in exchange? Gunyenji's question was extremely sharp and to the point. The Japanese was still hesitating. Gunyenji was worried that he was stalling, so she went up and kicked him. Hurry up and speak. Are you dilly-dallying to get shot again? Since he had already spoken, the Japanese made up his mind and glared at Gunyenji. Why not him? How could he be willing to be expelled from the Senate? Think about it with your brain. As for what information he sent, won't you find out by investigating him? As for the conditions, for people like him, money is naturally the most important. It seemed that those who were dissatisfied with their profession and superiors were also the targets of foreign spy agencies. Gunyenji shook her head and also used her phone to record it. As soon as she finished recording, she saw Hijichu's text message asking her to leave the parking lot. It seemed that there would be danger here. Gunyenji regretted that she couldn't capture him alive. But on second thought, there was no loss. She already had the video, and when the time came, she could get Special Assistant Yang to drink a box of it. And since it was bribed with money, she would definitely be able to find clues, so there was no need for these Japanese intelligence agents to be witnesses. Gunyenji put away her phone and fired a shot at the ground. Okay, I'll let you go for now. Whether you live or die, it's up to fate. Let's go. Where to? Rong Mingxing stumbled as she was dragged by her and followed her to the Hummer SUV she had just taken. When Gu Nianji got to the car, she found that the car's tires had also been punctured by the Japanese. The car couldn't be driven, so they had to continue running. The two of them climbed over the railing at the door and ran towards the corridor of the Taj Mahal. The Japanese Secret Service elites who had their arms and legs broken looked at each other and couldn't believe that they had escaped. But soon, they found that they had been overthinking. Several tall and burly white gunmen appeared in front of them, took out large-caliber M1911As expressionlessly, and killed them with one shot each. Reinitz rushed to the parking lot with his men and only saw the bodies of the Japanese Secret Service elites. "Where are they?" he asked the white gunman who had arrived first. "Am I talking about the woman in the khaki hunting suit?" The white gunman shrugged. "We didn't find them. We only found these East Asians. We saw that they were in pain, so we helped them get out of it." Reinitz, it had only been 15 minutes at most to run from that small building. Where could Gu Nianji run to in those 15 minutes? "Have you searched this place?" Reinitz looked around vigilantly. "I searched with the vital signs detector, and there was no one else. Or rather, there were no living people." Reinitz frowned. "You didn't kill them by mistake, did you?" "No, we only killed these few people, and the others are already dead. If you don't believe me, you can check the bullet marks." The bullets they used were special standard bullets, which were different from the guns used by others. Reinitz looked back in the direction where He Jichu had disappeared and snorted coldly. Just now, they had been led astray by He Jichu and chased him for a while before realizing that he wasn't going in the direction of the parking lot. Although they quickly turned back, it was obvious that Gu Nianji had taken the opportunity to escape during the extra 10 minutes. "Boss, what should we do now?" Reinitz held a submachine gun in one hand and looked around. "Let's go to the Taj Mahal." He had gone to great lengths to pick out the Tagore poem for Gu Nianji to see just for this day. Shortly after they withdrew, the situation in the parking lot was discovered by foreign tourists who came to pick up their cars. The Indians who were collecting fees at the entrance of the parking lot had already been killed by several elites of the Japanese Secret Service, and the railing at the entrance could no longer be lifted. "Call the police. Call the police. My car. My car." The foreign tourists screamed with their heads in their hands, but it couldn't alleviate the fear and anger in their hearts. But at this time, most of the New Delhi police officers had gone to the bank to exchange money, and no one was on duty. The whole of New Delhi was in unprecedented chaos, and various criminal cases were emerging one after another. There were too few police officers still on duty at this time. "Warning for the main hall of the Taj Mahal, please leave the main hall quickly." "Warning for the main hall of the Taj Mahal, please leave the main hall quickly." At this time, the sound of a loudspeaker came from the square of the Taj Mahal. The voice was extremely cold and monotonous, but it had a pure American accent. It was Reinitz who had ordered his men to clear the Taj Mahal. A large group of foreign tourists were so scared that they immediately ran out of the main hall of the Taj Mahal, and Gu Nianji and Rong Mingxing, who were going against the flow, were instantly overwhelmed by the crowd. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone of your recommendation tickets. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. Mwah. Chapter 1162. Gu Nianji. What was going on? "They're going to clear the place." "You're still going?" Rong Mingxing said with trepidation. She grabbed Gu Nianji's arm tightly to prevent her from going any further. Gu Nianji looked at the crowd of tourists running out of the main hall of the Taj Mahal and hesitated. Should she go or not? He Jichu had asked her to go, but the notice from the direction of the Taj Mahal to clear the area made her very uneasy. She felt that He Jichu shouldn't have issued such a notice at this time. But if it wasn't He Jichu, who could it be? It was better to be careful. Gunyenji only hesitated for a second before turning around and running out with the tourists. But just as she turned around, a tall figure had already passed through the crowd and stood in front of her, blocking her way. Before Gunyenji could take out her gun, the man grabbed her wrist and said affectionately, "Serious, we really are fated to meet again in such a remote and desolate place." He spoke pure Hanoverian German, sonorous and powerful yet infinitely gentle. Gunyenji looked up in surprise to see Reinert standing in front of her with a familiar gentle smile on his face. He looked at her lovingly. "Let's go. I'll take you to the Taj Mahal." Gunyenji, there seemed to be something wrong. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. There was a voice in her heart saying, "Don't go, don't follow him." Gunyenji stood rooted to the ground and refused to go with Reinert. Reinert didn't use much strength in the beginning, but when he realized that Gunyenji wasn't moving, he turned around to look at her. "What's wrong? Serious, why aren't you leaving?" Rong Mingxing stood to the side in a daze. At that moment, she felt that Reinert looked familiar and said in surprise, "You? Aren't you that guy from Germany?" Reinert seemed to have just noticed Rong Mingxing and smiled gently at her. "I have a little friend." He raised his chin slightly. Rong Mingxing didn't have a chance to say a second sentence before she was knocked unconscious from behind. A Caucasian man dressed as a tourist came over and carried Rong Mingxing, who had fainted. Like a couple, he led her forward. Gunyenji's heart sank. It was over. Rong Mingxing was being taken away by them. How could she not follow? Gunyenji quickly looked down at the tunnel on the ground. She didn't want Reinert to see the look in her eyes. Reinert squeezed her hand and whispered in her ear. "Serious, I like obedient girls. Your little friend has already left obediently. Why don't you leave? Are you going to abandon your little friend?" Gunyenji closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She decided to show her weakness first. She felt that Reinert was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Gunyenji blinked twice, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She raised her head and looked at Reinert with teary eyes. She choked out, "Reinert, I beg you, let my friend go. She has nothing to do with this. I got her into this. Good girl, don't cry." Reinert took out a small pack of beautifully wrapped tissues from his pocket and pulled out a wet tissue that was as soft as silk. He gently wiped her tears and said patiently, "As long as you behave, your little friend will be fine. But I'm so scared. Let her go, okay? I promise I'll behave." Gunyenji grabbed Reinert's hand and begged him softly. Her frightened eyes were as pitiful as a deer's. No one should be able to resist Gunyenji like this, right? Unfortunately, she was wrong. Reinert tilted his head and took a good look at Gunyenji's rare tear-stained face. He laughed and said, "All right, serious, who are you pretending for? Our good girl was killing everyone in the parking lot just now. Do you think I'll believe you just because you show your weakness and shed a few crocodile tears?" Gunyenji, F*ck, she cried for nothing. Gunyenji immediately stopped sobbing and rudely took the entire pack of tissues from Reinert's hand. She took out another one to wipe her face and said expressionlessly, "I'm sorry Director Hohenzollern found this embarrassing. But since you took my little friend away and didn't listen to my advice, then I won't be polite anymore." "How are you going to be polite?" Reinert suddenly pulled Gunyenji with force. Gunyenji stumbled a few steps and couldn't stop herself. She fell into his arms. Reinert's other hand also came around and hugged her slender waist. He said gently, "This is what you mean by being rude. I don't mind. Go ahead and be rude." Gunyenji couldn't help but roll her eyes. She used her hand to push Reinert away and frowned. "Reinert, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel like you've suddenly changed?" Gunyenji's German wasn't very good, so she used English to express the meaning of suddenly changed. Suddenly changed. You've never really tried to get to know me, right? Reinitz chuckled. He closed his hands and hugged her even tighter. He whispered in her ear, "Tell me, if I treat you like this, will the person behind you explode in anger and jump out immediately?" At that moment, Gunyanji felt like her heart had stopped beating. Her ears were filled with the sound of her blood rushing. Thump, thump, thump. She felt dizzy. How did Reinitz know? However, although her heart was in turmoil, she still maintained a calm appearance. She still frowned and looked impatient. She twisted her neck and said coldly, "Let go. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, I won't be polite anymore." Reinitz felt like Gunyanji was a tiny African hedgehog baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. She looked like she was covered in spikes, but in reality, every spike was soft. She didn't know how charming she was when she was angry. He looked at her almost intoxicated as she nestled in his arms. He murmured, "You can count to 100. "I don't mind." As soon as he finished speaking, Gunyanji suddenly lowered her head and slammed into Reinitz's chest. Reinitz calmly arched his body back to avoid the collision above her head. Gunyanji now had space to move. She immediately raised her long leg and kicked Reinitz's crotch even harder. Reinitz's expression instantly changed. In the nick of time, he quickly pushed Gunyanji away to avoid her hitting his vitals. "Boss." Reinitz's subordinates had been on guard the entire time. When they saw Reinitz being attacked by Gunyanji, they immediately rushed over and clamped down on Gunyanji's arms. "This girl knows how to shoot, and she's pretty good at it. Boss, take off her arms so she doesn't have to hold a gun again." Reinitz's subordinates didn't have tender feelings for women. They didn't have any feelings for Gunyanji, so they were much stricter with her. Gunyanji's face instantly turned pale, but she didn't pretend to cry like before. Instead, she looked at Reinitz coldly and said, "Come on, just kill me if you have the guts. Why are you taking off my arms? If I want to die, even if you knock me out, I'll still die in front of you." Reinitz's subordinates were amused by Gunyanji's shameless boasting. They all slapped their thighs and rocked back and forth with laughter. One of the subordinates laughed. "How will you die if I knock you out? Will you faint?" "Pfft." Gunyanji glared at him. "Try it if you don't believe me. Knock me out and see if I'll die in front of you." Reinitz's subordinates didn't believe Gunyanji's threat, but Reinitz was dubious. This was because he knew Gunyanji's physique wasn't that of an ordinary person. Perhaps she really could commit suicide even after being knocked out. Reinitz folded his hands behind his back. His eyes were unreadable, and his mind was in a fierce struggle. It was as if he could see Gunyanji being electrocuted by ALS. She was still unyielding under extreme pain. But when he saw Hua Xiaoheng's video, he suddenly broke down. At that moment, Reinitz deeply envied Hua Xiaoheng. Only this man would be able to move the iron-willed heaven's proud daughter in front of him. He didn't want to examine his own heart. He didn't want to know how much he cared for her, and how much he loved her. He didn't even want to think about when he started to have special feelings for her. In their line of work, hypocrisy was common. Only when one couldn't tell the real from the fake would they be considered a master. How could they not be able to tell? It was just that their self-control was so strong that they could lie to others and themselves. When they truly met someone they cared about, they could tell what was true and what was fake. Even in their line of work. Reinitz's mind raced with countless thoughts in an instant. His subordinates saw that he didn't speak and thought he was tacitly agreeing. Just as they were about to dislocate Gunyanji's shoulder joints, Reinitz suddenly raised his hand and pushed the man to the side. His face darkened as he said, "I didn't say anything yet. Who told you to act on your own?" "I'm sorry, boss." The man was shocked by Reinitz's expression. His heart pounded as he quickly lowered his head and apologized. Reinitz was usually very gentle, but it was this kind of person who was usually gentle that was the most terrifying when he was angry. His subordinates also knew his abilities and had long been convinced by him. As soon as he raised his eyebrows, they would immediately listen to his orders. Reinitz pulled Gu Nianji from the hands of the two subordinates and took her hand again. Gu Nianji's hand was very soft, so soft as if it didn't have any bones. However, her palms were covered in sweat. It was completely different from her usual calm and cold attitude. So it wasn't that she wasn't afraid. She was just putting on a strong front. Reinitz breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as he reached out to lift her chin. "Little liar, I was almost fooled by you." As he spoke, he took her hand and used a bit of strength to force her to walk forward with him. Gu Nianji's face was expressionless as she tried her best to restrain herself from looking around. She didn't dare let Reinitz know who she was waiting for, although Reinitz seemed to already know and was using her to provoke the people behind her to come out. At this time, she couldn't afford to panic. She couldn't let Professor He and Huashao's plan fail. Gu Nianji quickly calmed down and shifted her attention to Reinitz. Why would Reinitz be here? What did he mean? As Gu Nianji thought about it, she quickly glanced at Reinitz. Reinitz happened to turn back to look at her. Their eyes met, and Reinitz's breath almost stopped for a second. Those eyes were so captivating that one couldn't help but be addicted to them. They were really a pair of mesmerizing beautiful eyes. Reinitz looked away without batting an eyelid. His voice was still so gentle. "Serious, don't be afraid. I'm just going to take you around the Taj Mahal and see if there's anything interesting here." This was the first watch. It was the third watch. Remind everyone of your recommendation votes. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. The second watch at 1 in the afternoon and the third watch at 8 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1163. Gu Nianji glanced at Reinitz and sighed in her heart again. The so-called angel's face, devil's heart, should be like Reinitz, right? She silently allowed Reinitz to lead her forward step by step. There were fewer and fewer tourists rushing out of the Taj Mahal, and most of them had gone to the parking lot. And in the parking lot, Gu Nianji didn't dare to think about it anymore. She did have a good time killing inside just now, but that was under the condition that her life was strongly threatened. Now that she thought about it, that scene. TSK, it was indeed a bit too much. Gu Nianji didn't regret killing the elites of the Japanese Secret Service, but she regretted not cleaning up the scene. What if she scared the children? After all, there were also minors who came here. Gu Nianji thought about it and looked back at the parking lot. Reinitz seemed to understand what she was thinking and said gently. "The bodies there have been removed." "Gu Nianji, where did they move them to?" Reinitz smiled, and his eyes quickly swept over her face. "Of course they were thrown into the small ditch outside the parking lot. We don't have time to give them a grand funeral." Gu Nianji, in any case, she was still relieved. But soon, seeing Reinitz's hand that didn't let go, Gu Nianji knew that he wouldn't let it go this time. In the German Alps, Reinitz beat her at her own game, set up a trap, and almost succeeded. In fact, Gu Nianji still didn't understand why Reinitz let her go in the end, then this time he set a trap to lure her into it. Was he regretting letting her go last time? Actually, he didn't have to go through so much trouble, right? Gu Nianji tilted her head and simply poked through the window paper. "Reinitz, actually, if you want to deal with me, you don't have to do it so openly." "Oh. Then what do I have to do?" Reinitz looked back at her with a smile. His eyes flashed, and the corners of his eyes seemed to be hooked. His blue eyes had a bewitching power. Gu Nianji also looked at him with a smile. "Competing with him. I'm a professional." She squinted her black glass-like eyes, her gaze like silk. She said softly, "You just have to tell them what I did on your internet." Reinitz knew that Gu Nianji was the famous and mysterious hacker, Pink Piggy, but he had never told anyone about it. Gu Nianji also knew that the things she had done in Reinitz's department were dangerous enough to be executed by a firing squad. But the light in Reinitz's eyes instantly disappeared. Like a starless and moonless night sky, it was so dark that not a single ray of light could be seen. "Hee, you think I want to deal with you? Isn't that the case?" Gu Nianji shrugged and raised her hand. "Look, you're still holding on to my hand. Are you afraid that I will run away? You can do what your subordinate said just now, break my arms, or break my legs." "Oh, no. If you break my leg, you'll have to carry me on your back." "That's not good." Gu Nianji frowned and rejected her own suggestion. Reinitz couldn't help but laugh. That's a good suggestion. If I break your leg, you'll have to rely on me. Whether I carry you or carry you, it's all up to me." Gu Nianji was speechless. His words didn't sound right. Gu Nianji had never thought of flirting with Reinitz. In her eyes, this person was like a poisonous black spider, a poisonous widow. Whoever fell in love with him would be eaten by him in one bite. "So why did you use that poem to lure me to the Taj Mahal?" Gu Nianji coughed and changed the topic. "Also, was that note personally written by my father? Or did you guys forge his handwriting?" Reinitz gave her a sidelong glance. "Now you know it's a trap. You don't seem to be afraid." As he spoke, he moved closer to Gu Nianji and whispered in her ear. "Or are you sure that no matter what you do, I won't hurt you?" The German word for "du" was not the same pronunciation as "do," so Gu Nianji understood very well that Reinitz was mocking her. Gu Nianji quietly moved to the side and said, "How can I be sure? I'm scared to death." "It's fine if you beat me to death, but what you're most afraid of is not killing me and torturing me every day. I'm telling you, I'm very afraid of pain." "You're very afraid." Reinitz looked her up and down with a teasing look in his eyes. "Why can't I see it at all?" "Humph. What's the point of being afraid? Will you let me go just because I'm afraid?" Reinitz said. "Of course not." But he would treat her better. Gu Nianji shook her head and smiled. "So, why should I act like I'm afraid? No matter what, you won't make it easy for me. I might as well be happy. I'll be happy when you see me hurt." Reinitz looked away expressionlessly. He wanted to take back what he said just now. This girl didn't need anyone to treat her well. Her mouth could anger him to the point of having a heart attack. He didn't say anything else and grabbed Gu Nianji's hand as he strode from the corridor to the main hall of the Taj Mahal. The rectangular pool in front of the Taj Mahal reflected the majestic figure of the Taj Mahal. The sunlight and pool reflected off each other, creating a beautiful scene. Gu Nianji looked at the sky, then at the ground, and then at the reflection in the pool. She admired it for a while and even advised Reinitz. "Hohenzollern director, work is work, but you also have to pay attention to the balance between work and rest, and have some fun. For example, you came to such a beautiful Taj Mahal to carry out a mission. Do you want to take a selfie and post it on social media to attract fans? Use my camera. I have beautiful photos, and I guarantee you'll be more beautiful than countless male Hollywood stars." Reinitz looked up at the sky speechlessly. "Thank you. No, I don't need a selfie, and I don't need to attract fans. But..." He suddenly turned to look at Gu Nianji. "We can take a photo together. Come." He took out his phone, swiped it open, and aimed it at himself and Gu Nianji. "Come on, say cheers." Gu Nianji refused and desperately turned her head away from the camera. "You don't even have a beautiful photo, and you don't have a selfie stick. You'll look so ugly. I don't want to take a selfie with you. Serious, stop fooling around. Come on, let's take a photo. Reinert suddenly wanted to take a photo with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji refused to cooperate. At times like this, she had many tricks up her sleeve. First, she turned her head away and refused to take the photo. When Reinert grabbed her head and forced her to turn around, Gu Nianji grimaced and tried to make sure that no one would recognize her even if the photo was taken. The two of them struggled all the way. In order to take a decent selfie, Reinert was like a demon. He used all kinds of martial arts, but he still couldn't torture Gu Nianji. After all, Reinert wasn't Hua Xiaoheng. He didn't know that when Gu Nianji was acting up, he couldn't go along with her and coax her. Instead, he had to give her the cold shoulder and stay away from her. When it came to teaching Gu Nianji a lesson, Gu Nianji only respected Hua Xiaoheng. What exactly do I have to do for you to take a decent selfie with me? Reinert grabbed Gu Nianji with one hand and looked at the photos on his phone with the other. He wasn't satisfied with any of them. You really want to know? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. I have a condition. Say it. If you let my little friend go, I'll take a selfie with you. Gu Nianji giggled as she stated her conditions. She's innocent, and she's a staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Major General Reinert, you don't want to cause a diplomatic dispute between the two countries, do you? Reinert was speechless. Are you concerned about me? Reinert suddenly laughed and reached out to pat her cheek. Okay, take a nice selfie with me, and I'll let your little friend go. No, you let her go first. I'll take a selfie with you after she's out of danger. Gu Nianji shook her head, unwilling to compromise at all. That won't do. If I let her go now, do you believe that your army will immediately surround the Taj Mahal? Although Reinert really wanted to take a selfie with Gu Nianji, he wasn't crazy enough to do so. Gu Nianji actually nodded sincerely. I believe you, I believe you. Okay, if you won't let her go, then we won't take a selfie. Fine. Reinert put his phone back into his trouser pocket. Don't you dare get any funny ideas. I don't even have personal freedom anymore. What kind of funny ideas do I have? Gu Nianji curled her lips in disdain. I'm more like yawning. She yawned as she spoke. Reinert was speechless. The two finally walked to the steps at the base of the Taj Mahal. The pure white marble base was as beautiful as a lotus flower. Gu Nianji squinted at the Taj Mahal in front of her and asked him for the second time, Reinert, why did you use a poem about the Taj Mahal to lure me here? Was that note in my father's handwriting? And the first poem, what did it mean? It was the second watch. It was the third watch. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1164. Reinert didn't speak for a moment. The Taj Mahal stood quietly in front of them. Looking up, under the blue sky and white clouds, the pure white building was spotless. It was like a heavenly garden with an otherworldly beauty. 500 years ago, an emperor's love for his lover was all poured into this mausoleum. Unlike other famous buildings in the world, the Taj Mahal was born out of love. The pain of not being able to ask for it and the regret of not being able to be together for a long time were all reflected in its silent beauty. Reinert let out a soft sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth twitched as he smiled and said, Why? Why do you think? He glanced at Gu Nianji and saw that her big, attractive eyes were full of wariness and doubt. He felt slightly bitter, but there was nothing he could do. He had his responsibilities, his ideals and ambitions. Just like he swore on the day he started working, he would be loyal to his country and his career. Even if it went against his own heart, he would choose to give up. Life is beautiful, death is painful. Responsibility is on the body, and there is no turning back. Enemies in front, companions behind, heaven on the left, hell on the right. Faith is eternal, strength is inextinguishable, no regrets, no love, no hate. Gu Nianji's eyes wandered over Reinitz's face and didn't miss the complicated look in his moving blue eyes. No way. Did he really have feelings for her? Furrowing her brows, Gu Nianji shook off the thought that had suddenly surfaced in her mind. How was that possible? Even if he did, it wouldn't stop him from lying to her, scheming against her, and hurting her. So what was the point of this kind of feeling? It was better to be hostile and not give him any leeway. Gu Nianji looked away and said calmly, "If you don't want to say it, fine. Then let's guess." She looked up and followed Reinitz slowly up the marble steps of the Taj Mahal. "You brought me to the Taj Mahal, so first of all, you have to eliminate personal factors." "Why do you have to eliminate personal factors?" Reinitz smiled faintly. "Maybe it's personal factors? Maybe it's my selfishness." Gu Nianji looked at him calmly. "Because personal factors don't matter here. Even if they do, they can't influence your will, right?" Reinitz's smile faded and he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Yes, that makes sense." The two of them went up the steps at the base and walked into the big arch of the Taj Mahal. It was a typical Persian architectural style, filled with a lot of repetition, radiation, and rhythmic stripe patterns. The high colonnades were conical, and at each entrance were arches of brick, framed by long foliage that flowed down from the top. However, in Gu Nianji's eyes, the patterns here were too complicated and made her dizzy. She silently followed Reinitz to the hall where the coffin was placed. It was said that the favored concubine and the emperor were sleeping here. Reinitz stood in front of the coffin and quietly looked at it for a while before asking, "Tell me, is it worth it for that emperor to lose his throne for his woman?" Gu Nianji smiled. "You'll have to ask him about that. Feelings are like drinking water, only you know whether it's hot or cold. There was another saying, only the feet would know if the shoes fit." With his hands behind his back, Reinitz paced in front of the coffin and said slowly, "Didn't you want to know if that note was real or fake?" Gu Nianji pricked up her ears and looked over. "Okay, go ahead. But you didn't ask me where I got that note." Gu Nianji froze and immediately asked, "If I'm not even sure if it's real or fake, why would I ask you where you got it?" Reinitz was speechless. What kind of counterattack was this? But it sounded reasonable. If I asked you where you got the note, wouldn't that mean that the note is real? Since it's real, why would I ask if it's real or fake? Don't you think it's contradictory? Gu Nianji laughed. Reinitz, I've taken all of your information. Although I don't have the ability to see all the content, I also know that your department has top secret information about me. Reinitz was very surprised and turned to look at her. He thought to himself that she was able to find top secret information from the system so quickly. This kind of ability seemed to be even higher than they had imagined. For the first time, Reinitz was confused about his previous decision. He had subconsciously chosen to hide it and not say that Gu Nianji was the famous hacker, Pink Piggy. Was it right or wrong? He had originally thought that with their encryption technology, even if those things were taken away, they would absolutely not be able to decrypt them or even see them at all. How could they decrypt something that they couldn't even see? Could it be that he had really been careless? Gu Nianji was also observing Reinitz's expression. Yes, they had found the hidden material in the system, but even with the cooperation of two experts, Zhao Liangzi and Hua Xiaoheng, they could only find the hidden material but not open it. They had used the Central Control System's decryption program to calculate that to decrypt the password, with the computing power of the current computer, it would probably take 500 years =%. Seeing that Reinitz finally revealed an indescribable look, Gu Nianji knew she had guessed correctly. Her heart jumped, but at the same time, she relaxed. Your target has always been me, right? Although Gu Nianji didn't know what was written in the top secret information about her, she knew from Reinhardz's expression that it must be something they wanted but couldn't get. Gu Nianji's mind raced as she thought about her constitution, the kind of nature-defying constitution that made her both proud and embarrassed. Suddenly, she flipped her wrist and a sharp knife appeared in her hand. Reinhard suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist with lightning speed. He said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Are you trying to commit suicide? With me here, do you think you can hurt yourself in front of me?" Gu Nianji slowly opened her lips to reveal a mysterious smile. She lowered her voice and said, "Ha! Why don't you think I'm going to do something to you? If I take the knife, it could be to cut you." Reinhardt was speechless as he looked at the knife in Gu Nianji's hand. It wasn't even the size of his palm. Although it was very sharp and the blade gleamed coldly, would a grown man be afraid of a fruit knife? "Cut me. Use your fruit knife. You might as well take out your nail clippers. I'll be even more afraid." Reinhardt mocked her and let go of her wrist. "Why don't you try?" "I'll try." Gu Nianji turned the knife and slashed the back of her hand. Reinhardt reached out again, but this time, he didn't just grab her wrist. Instead, he clenched his fist with one hand and bent his knuckles to hit a certain spot on her wrist. Gu Nianji instantly felt her fingers go numb, and the knife was about to fall from her hand. Reinhardt reached out with his other hand and caught the knife. Gu Nianji's movements were also very fast. She followed up with a backhand swipe and rubbed the sharp edge of the knife. A line of blood instantly appeared on the back of her jade-white hand, and beads of blood slowly seeped out. "Do you want to see how I heal myself?" Gu Nianji clenched her right fist and crossed her arm in front of her chest to show Reinhardt her wound. She said expressionlessly, "The last time we came out of the Alps, you specially took me to the hospital in Berlin. Did you already know? It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Good night, dears." Chapter 1165. Are you crazy? Reinhardt quickly grabbed Gu Nianji's wrist and looked at the beads of blood seeping from the back of her hand. His heart ached as if someone had suddenly stabbed it with a needle. He lowered his head without hesitation and kissed the back of Gu Nianji's injured hand. The tip of his tongue wrapped around the back of her hand and quickly licked all the blood from the wound. Gu Nianji felt a chill and quickly pushed his head away. She quickly put her hand behind her back and frowned. "What are you doing? You're the crazy one." Reinhardt pursed his lips uncomfortably and took out a pack of small tissues from his pocket. He handed it to Gu Nianji. "This kind of tissue can disinfect and stop bleeding." He paused and then said, "I didn't mean anything by it. It's just to stop your wound from bleeding." Gu Nianji took the tissue from his hand and tried to control herself. In the end, she couldn't help but say unhappily, "You can give me tissue to stop bleeding. What do you mean by licking your hand?" Reinhardt was speechless. Why did she sound like he was a dog? However, when Gu Nianji pressed the tissue on the wound, she discovered that there was no longer any blood. Reinhardt looked down and smiled. "Look, saliva can really stop bleeding. If it weren't for me, would your bleeding have stopped so quickly?" He had no intention of exposing her. Gu Nianji was speechless. She didn't look up and used one hand to cover the back of her injured hand. Her expression was unreadable. In the spacious hall of the Taj Mahal, only the two of them stood facing each other. There were two pure white coffins next to them. The situation looked a bit strange. Reinhardt's subordinates were all on guard outside. No one could approach the hall where the coffins were placed. The hall was too quiet. It was so quiet that they could hear the passage of time. Gu Nianji sighed softly. Her voice actually echoed in the hall. A faint and soft sound startled her. Reinitz put his hands in his trouser pockets and turned around. He no longer looked at Gunyenji. Instead, he looked at the two coffins in the Taj Mahal and suddenly said, "The poem on that note was indeed written by your father, Gu Xiangwen." Gunyenji was speechless. "Why do you say so?" Gunyenji didn't accept any arguments without evidence. "If you say it's true, then it's true. Isn't it too costly to spread rumors?" "I started a rumor." Reinitz sneered and shrugged. "I think you've already received your father's manuscripts and letters from the Japanese scientists, right?" Gunyenji nodded. "How did you know?" "Of course I know." Reinitz turned his head and looked at her meaningfully. "You don't know how many people in the world are watching your lawsuit against the Angel in the World Foundation." "I really don't know." Gunyenji also put her injured hand into her trouser pocket and faced the coffin of the Taj Mahal's emperor and favorite concubine like Reinitz. She said indifferently, "I'm busy, so I don't have time to pay attention to what's going on over there. In any case, I've already entrusted the lawsuit to a foreign law firm." Reinitz was silent for a moment before asking, "Don't you want to know how I got this note?" Gunyenji laughed mockingly. "Are you trying to test my intelligence or my logical analysis skills?" "I didn't mean that." Reinitz shook his head helplessly. "Serious, believe me. Although I had to do a lot of things, I didn't mean to hurt you. She was perfect, the only one. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her." Gunyenji didn't look at him. She took 2 steps forward and looked at the exquisitely crafted coffin in front of her. She said dryly, "Actually, it's very easy to analyze. You've already given me a lot of clues. First, you said that the poem on the note was written by my father, and then you asked me how you got this kind of note. This means that the handwriting might be real, but the note might have been pieced together." Although Reinitz was mentally prepared, Gunyenji's extraordinary intelligence and even more extraordinary logical reasoning skills still refreshed his understanding time and time again. He couldn't help turning to look at Gunyenji. His mind and gaze were firmly attracted to her. When she spoke, she would shine in his eyes. Gunyenji raised an eyebrow. "What? Did I say something wrong? Also, you know that the scientists in Japan sent me my father's manuscripts and letters. This means that you already knew where my father's manuscripts and letters were. It can't even be ruled out that you've already read them all, right? After reading them, you found these 2 poems and pieced them together into a piece of paper. With the ability of your bureau, it's possible to remake the paper, not to mention deliberately making it wrinkled. My first reaction wasn't to suspect this." Reinitz chuckled. "Yes, you're indeed smart. Your guess is pretty much the same. So you don't deny it." "I admit that I know your father's manuscripts and letters were given to the Japanese Foundation by your sister. Then I found an opportunity to work for the foundation for a few years." Reinitz crossed his arms. His tall figure was unusually eye-catching in the pure white hole. "I see." Gunyenji nodded. "I was wondering why you had that note. I read all the manuscripts and letters your father left behind and made backups. If you're lucky, you'll be able to decipher the codes and see all the manuscripts and letters." Reinitz looked at Gunyenji meaningfully and chuckled. Gunyenji snorted. "We don't need to decipher the codes now because they've already returned the manuscripts to us." Reinitz curled his lips. "You can't be so naive to think that the scientists in Japan returned all the manuscripts and letters to you, right? Isn't that so? Would they dare to hide it? They don't want to live anymore. We have a list." Gunyenji waved her fists in the air. Her expression was very animated. "I'll go back and compare it carefully with our list. If they dare to hide it, they'll be fined 10,000. Not 10,000 in Japanese yen. Your list is not complete at all." Reinitz seemed to be very clear about the list Gu Nianji had prepared. Your sister Gu Yanran's assistant, Yi Xian, helped you prepare it, right? Some things were sent out before he came to the Gu family, so... Gu Nianji instantly understood. So the list Yi Xian gave us definitely doesn't include things that were transferred before him. In that case, how many useful materials had Gu Yanran moved before him? Gu Nianji suddenly had the urge to return to the Huaxia Empire immediately to interrogate Gu Yanran. Reinitz nodded and said with a smile, but you actually already have all the materials. It's just that those materials are locked in a safe. You don't have the key, so you can't open the safe. Gu Nianji heard very clearly that Reinitz was talking about those encrypted folders. Even with their current supercomputers, it would take 500 years to decipher the codes. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and refused to take the bait. She shook her head and said, then forget it. Anyway, the scientists in Japan didn't achieve anything with my father's manuscripts. It's obvious that they have limited intelligence and can't even understand other people's things. Reinitz laughed again. Serious, don't always be so arrogant. Do you think those scientists in Japan are really that bad? They really can't restore the experiment even with someone else's experiment logs. What do you mean? Gu Nianji felt that there was a hidden meaning in Reinitz's words. She rolled her eyes and immediately asked, are you saying that the things that Gu Yanran transferred weren't actually important things? Reinitz was speechless. F***ck, he wanted to curse. How could he react so quickly? Would it kill him to just let him show off for once? Gu Nianji looked at Reinitz's suddenly stiff expression and clapped her hands happily. I guessed right, right? I knew it. With my father's abilities and Gu Yanran's intelligence, even if my father was gone, she wouldn't be able to take away my father's good things and give them to others. Gu Nianji actually didn't know much about Gu Xiangwen, but from the few encounters she had with him, such as the airplane engine blueprint and the electric fence in the Caribbean Sea's blue hole, both were jaw-dropping achievements. Since Gu Xiangwen was so amazing, how could the Japanese scientists have achieved nothing in 7 years with his manuscripts? Although Gu Nianji had verbally belittled the Japanese scientists, she also knew that they weren't completely useless. In fact, many of them were still very amazing. But so many amazing people couldn't produce anything with someone else's experiment manuscripts. The only inference was that those experiment manuscripts weren't important data. Reinitz recovered after a long time and didn't hide his admiration. He nodded and said, you guessed right. Based on the information I saw during my years of working at the Foundation, the data in those manuscripts shouldn't be your father's true core research. It should be early experimental data from more than 20 years ago. It might have been very advanced 20 years ago, but after 20 years, technology has also flourished around the world, so those things aren't considered new. The Japanese scientists wasted 7 years in an attempt to find data to continue experimenting with, but in the end, they achieved nothing. It was better to completely rely on their own research. Gu Nianji beamed and was full of respect for her father. My father is so amazing. Even if he didn't appear, he could still fool the Japanese. What a pity. Reinitz sighed deeply. Your father was a genius, but he died young. Gu Nianji's heart suddenly sank, and her expression changed. What did you say? How do you know my father really passed away? Reinitz watched her change her expression in an instant and was also amazed by her. He said with a half-smile, serious, you're really interesting. I thought I knew you and your father very well, but I realized that you're completely different from the little daughter your father mentioned in his letters. This is the first chapter, chapter 1158, completely different. It's the third chapter today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. The second chapter at 1 p.m., the third chapter at 8 p.m. Mwah. P.S. Blocking has become a daily routine now, and 10 chapters were blocked yesterday. So in the future, I will write the number of chapters and chapter names at the end of each chapter. You can compare it with the entire chapter to see how many chapters are missing. Except for those readers who are more girly. Because girly systems are different. Chapter 1166. Gu Nianji's expression changed, and her heart almost skipped a beat. My father mentioned me in his letter. She knew it was a trap, but she still couldn't help jumping in. She was too desperate to know about her father. Even if it was just a little bit, she would gladly do it. Affected by the sudden glow on her face, Reinitz couldn't help reaching out and caressing her cheek. He said gently, "You really don't remember what happened when you were young?" Gu Nianji, how can I lose my memory? Reinitz muttered to himself. It sounded like a question, but also like a rhetorical question. It shouldn't be. Gu Nianji pushed Reinitz's hand away with a look of disgust and stepped aside. Speak properly and don't touch me. Reinitz withdrew his hand and narrowed his charming blue eyes. Didn't the Huaxia Empire treat you? They don't have a good psychiatrist. Treat what? Gu Nianji became wary. Don't stray from the topic. What did my father say about me in his letter? Reinitz looked away and looked at the two white coffins in front of him. He said dryly, of course it's amnesia. As long as you regain your memory, do you still need to ask about your father's situation? Gu Nianji's eyes reddened when she heard that. She fought back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes and clenched her fists. She was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. She screamed hysterically, "It's fine if you don't want to tell me, but don't keep bringing up my amnesia. Do you think I don't want to regain my memory? Do you think I haven't seen a psychiatrist? The best psychiatrist in the world is in the Huaxia Empire, but he's seen me for years and hasn't made any progress." The most infuriating thing was that he knew about her father's situation and still refused to tell her. This kind of person was the most annoying. Gu Nianji decided to hate Reinitz. She hated him relentlessly. Reinitz suddenly saw Gu Nianji's emotional breakdown and froze. This was a completely different reaction from when she pretended to cry. When she pretended to cry, although there were tears, her eyes were relaxed and it was obvious she wasn't sad. But now, her nose was red, her eyes were blank, and she was sobbing intermittently. Her face was full of disappointment, anger, sorrow, and pain. It was heartbreaking. This must be her true sorrow. Reinitz looked at her quietly for a while, walked over, and stroked her messy hair before pulling her into his arms. Reinitz's arm stiffened as he pressed her head against his chest with one hand and patted her back with the other. His pleasant baritone soothed her hurt emotions. All right, I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Aren't you always so calm and collected? Why can't you keep your cool when I mention your father? He coaxed her softly and whispered in her ear. Don't be like this. People will know your weakness and use it to threaten you. Gu Nianji felt terrible and couldn't help retorting, you don't have to pretend to be a good person. My weakness? Don't you know what my weakness is? Yes, my father is my weakness, but he is also my most powerful support. If my father finds out that you guys are bullying me like this, hurt me, he definitely won't let you off. Gu Nianji struggled angrily and shouted at the top of her lungs, even if he's gone, he must have a way to keep me safe. She was shouting for Reinitz to hear, and also for the people behind her to hear. She didn't know what He Jichu and Hu Shaoheng had planned. But since He Jichu had asked her to come to the Taj Mahal, he must have made preparations. Perhaps there was a pinhole camera installed in an inconspicuous place that could be synchronized with the internet. Reinitz didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so strong when she struggled. He had to let go in the end and said helplessly, Serious, don't be like this. I won't hurt you, I swear, don't, just stay away from me. Gu Nianji finally broke free from Reinitz and retreated cautiously. What do you want? Didn't you see all of my father's things? But as soon as she said it, Gu Nianji realized Reinitz's true purpose. It was probably her father's research results, right? But it should be the latest results, not the old stuff from more than 20 years ago. Reinitz sighed and looked up at the high vault of the Taj Mahal. He didn't know what to say. For the first time, he realized how difficult it was to pretend that nothing had happened after his heart belonged to someone else. Not to mention that he still had to carry out the mission. Every minute was torture. Now was the time to test his acting skills. Reinitz used all the training and hard work of his career to be able to act nonchalant. He said nonchalantly, "Yes, I've seen it all, so I want to see more." Just as I expected. Gu Nianji pointed at Reinitz. "You also want my father's latest research results." "Yeah, why else would I put in so much effort?" Reinitz spread his hands. He smiled charmingly on the surface, but his heart was bleeding. When you really love someone but have to lie to them, it's worse than death. Reinitz looked at Gu Nianji with a smile, but he thought to himself, the Oscars owe me a Oscar. With such flawless acting skills, would God forgive him for lying in front of the girl he loved the most? "But I'm sorry, I know less than you." Gu Nianji shrugged and said regretfully. She had wanted to get some real information from Reinitz, but she didn't expect him to know more than she did. "Serious, did you know that your father repeatedly said in his letters that his greatest achievement in life was you?" Gu Nianji's heart sank, and she began to swear. "Reinitz, what the f***ck do you mean?" If he dared to say that she was Gu Xiangwen's test tube baby, she would definitely smash his head. Reinitz immediately knew that Gu Nianji had misunderstood and shook his head in amusement. "Don't overthink it. Your father meant it as a metaphor. He meant that the person he loved and valued the most was you, not his research achievements." "Really?" Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Reinitz suspiciously. "You're not lying to me. You know that lying to me at this time won't end well." Reinitz shrugged nonchalantly. "In our line of work, no one has a good ending. What you said is what everyone agreed on, so it's not a threat." Gu Nianji's heart instantly ached. She couldn't help but think of Hu Xiaoheng. He had the same type of work as Reinitz. Could it be that he would also have a bad ending? As soon as she thought of this possibility, Gu Nianji felt her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys hurt. She clutched her chest and squatted down with a pained expression. "You don't have to be so sad." Reinitz saw that Gu Nianji was so sad about his ending, and the haze in his heart suddenly dissipated. The sun shone brightly, and he could even hear birds chirping outside the Taj Mahal. "I'm not sad for you. I'm sad for myself." Gu Nianji tugged at the corner of Reinitz's shirt. "Are you sure that my father didn't mean what he said?" "Of course not." Reinitz shook his head. "Let me finish. Your father's manuscripts contain a lot of information about your mother's pregnancy. Your father even personally wrote a maternity diary for your mother." Gu Nianji. Mother. Maternity diary. She glared at Reinitz and felt like she had opened the door to a new world. This was the second watch, chapter 1159, opening the door to a new world. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1167. Your father really loved you. Of course, he probably loved your mother too, Reinitz said slowly. Do you really not remember anything about your childhood? Gu Nianji was getting impatient. I don't remember anything. If I remembered, would I have been tricked by you to come here? Reinitz was speechless. Okay, that sounded reasonable. I carefully studied your father's maternity diary, and there was nothing wrong with it. You were a very normal and healthy fetus. This was something Reinitz had never understood. There was nothing special about her, so why was she different from other people? He looked at Gu Nianji in confusion, as if he wanted to see a trace of something different on her face. Gu Nianji couldn't deny that she was relieved. This question had been in her heart for a long time, and it was like the sword of Damocles hanging over her head. Now that she heard Reinitz say that her pregnancy was really no different from other children, she felt the urge to cry again. She didn't want to be different. She was just a normal person, and as for her constitution, Gu Nianji shrugged. Isn't it good to be normal and healthy? Why do you sound so disappointed? Reinitz shook his head slightly. I wasn't disappointed at the time, but I'm very confused now. Gu Nianji asked. Confused about what? Reinitz's hand rested on Gu Nianji's perfectly shaped chin again, and he gently lifted it up with his fingers. Gu Nianji was forced to look up at Reinitz, who was a head taller than her. You should be normal like other children, and because of your family's genetic defect, your innate constitution shouldn't be very good. Reinitz was very insistent on the word should. He looked Gu Nianji up and down. How did she look like she wasn't born with any innate constitution? Gu Tian's situation was normal. Gu Nianji was so healthy, how did she look like she had a genetic defect? Gu Nianji was nervous again. Then why did you mention my mother? What about her? She. What kind of person was she? This was the first time she had asked a question about her mother. Moreover, she had never thought that she would be able to get these questions from Reinitz about her past. She had always thought that only Professor He knew about her past, but he obviously didn't want to talk about it and always changed the topic. So after she tested him, she didn't ask again. Reinitz, on the other hand, was different. From Gu Nianji's perspective, Reinitz obviously had a motive, and this motive was closely related to her father. For this, he did not hesitate to pay any price and weaved an inescapable net to gain her trust. As the saying goes, you can only be used if you have a request. Gu Nianji was also using Reinitz's mentality to lure him into saying so much. Although he was also stuttering, the information he revealed was shocking enough. Your mother was a very smart person. She was also very beautiful and healthy. There's nothing wrong with her. Reinitz raised his wrist out of habit and looked at the time. Also, your father mentioned at the beginning of the pregnancy diary that the Gu family has a genetic disease caused by a genetic deficiency. Moreover, this missing gene is on the male X chromosome, and it is only passed on through the father to the daughter. Normally speaking, this kind of congenital genetic deficiency should be visible in males and recessive in females. But the situation in the Gu family is very strange. Your father specifically mentioned that this genetic disease is recessive in males, but it is visible in females. Because of this, your mother was also selected by him in hopes that there wouldn't be any problems. The result was regrettable. You and your aunt both have this congenital genetic deficiency. Gu Nianji looked up at Reinitz and wasn't very surprised. She had already known about this when she and Gu Yanran were fighting over the inheritance. Chen Lai had deduced this from Gu Nianji's aunt, who was also her father's only biological sister, Gu Tian's medical records. At the time, Gu Nianji had been a bit worried that if she gave birth to a child, it would cause the same genetic disease as her aunt, Gu Tian. Indeed, you already know all this. Reinitz also nodded. I've also seen the court records of you and your sister, Gu Yanran. It was very exciting. You were able to guess the truth of the matter completely based on deduction. Gu Nianji was speechless. But there's another problem that you should have thought about, right? Reinitz changed the topic. The source of your hereditary illness isn't too long ago, because it started in your aunt's generation. In other words, it was passed down from your grandfather. Gu Nianji said. Grandfather. Well, if the word mother occupied a very small place in Gu Nianji's memory, then the word grandfather occupied no place in her memory at all. Reinitz hesitated when he mentioned Gu Nianji's grandfather. This information had never been mentioned in any of Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts or letters. However, Reinitz only knew about Gu Nianji's grandfather because his boss and godfather, Li Dishi, had provided him with clues. Reinitz had a vague guess as to how Li Dishi knew, but he didn't dare to verify it, nor could he verify it. Should he say something that couldn't be verified, or not? Reinitz's mind quickly weighed the pros and cons, and he finally hinted, "I'm not very clear about the specific cause of your grandfather's problem. But what I can be sure of is that there's something wrong with his genes, which caused you and your aunt to have genetic defects." However, Gu Nianji's situation was different from Gu Tian's. After that time in the Alps, Li Dishi observed Gu Nianji and found that she was almost perfect and didn't have the genetic defects that the genetic disease showed. Therefore, not only did Reinitz think so, but even Li Dishi believed that Gu Xiangwen had already overcome the problem of genetic defects and successfully cured his daughter. Also, his treatment wasn't like Gu Tian's attempt to treat the symptoms by exchanging Gu Jing's bone marrow for blood. Instead, it was truly a treatment at the genetic level. For the human body, this method was truly treating the root cause, and was the divine skill that countless scientists dreamed of. Gu Nianji thought about the cause of her aunt Gu Tian's death and her own abnormal physique, and she also had a guess. She glanced at Reinitz. Reinitz was also looking at her. There was undisguised amazement in his eyes, but there was also a hint of indescribable emotion. It was too complicated and deep for her to understand. Gu Nianji calmly looked away and looked at the arched door of the Taj Mahal hole. She calmly said, "Is it because you think my father cured my illness, so you're relentlessly pursuing me? You want to take me back to be a lab rat for you to experiment on?" Naturally, Gu Nianji thought of Hua Xiaoheng again. He was probably the first person to know about her special physique, but he had always carefully protected this secret and absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to use her as a lab rat. At that moment, Gu Nianji was extremely grateful that she had met Hua Xiaoheng when she was 12 years old and not someone else. This was the third watch, Chapter 1160, Treating the Root Cause and Treating the Symptoms. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1168. Because she thought of Hua Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji's face couldn't help showing a gentle expression. Reinitz only glanced at it and couldn't take his eyes off it. He had seen the stubborn Gu Nianji, the strong Gu Nianji, the sly Gu Nianji, the generous Gu Nianji, the hardy Gu Nianji, and the cute Gu Nianji, but he had never seen such an affectionate Gu Nianji. There was so much affection in her eyes that it almost overflowed. Reinitz couldn't bear to speak for a moment. He walked to Gu Nianji's side and stood side by side with her. He suddenly took out his phone and raised it high. He moved his head close to Gu Nianji's side and took a selfie. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and glared at Reinitz. "You still want to take it?" She had been distracted just now and felt that she looked like a wooden chicken. What was so good about taking a picture? Therefore, she didn't care. She raised her hand to tuck her hanging hair behind her ear and said disapprovingly, "I advise you not to waste your time. Don't even think about capturing me to be a lab rat. I'd rather die than live in dishonor." Reinitz glanced at his phone and found that the photo was taken very well. Gu Nianji's eyes were very beautiful, especially when she was affectionate. Her bright eyes were separated by water and veil, and there was a kind of blurred and moving beauty. Reinitz liked this the most. He laughed self-deprecatingly, put away his phone, and said gently, "Serious, you're wrong. How could I bear to capture you to be a lab rat?" They didn't want Gu Nianji to be unwilling, so they made a thorough plan to let Reinitz approach her. No. Then why did you lure me here? Gu Nianji was actually a little anxious. She had been here for half an hour and didn't know how Rong Mingxing was doing, nor did she know how He Zichu and Hua Xiaoheng were doing. She didn't know if Reinitz's sudden appearance was expected or unexpected for He Zichu and Hua Xiaoheng. She always felt that the appearance of the Japanese Secret Service elites was within He Zichu and Hua Xiaoheng's control, but Reinitz was not necessarily the same. If Reinitz caught her off guard again this time, Gu Nianji was honestly a little annoyed. She didn't want to experience the Alps again. If it happened again, her luck wouldn't be so good. Gu Nianji quietly wandered around the hall and slowly approached the arched door. Reinitz seemed to understand her intentions. With his hands in his pockets, he leisurely stood in front of the white railing in the hall and said with a smile, "Serious, are you trying to sneak out? I'm telling you, there are a lot of my people out there. I won't do anything to you, but I can't promise anything to them. You're threatening me." Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and abruptly turned around to sneer at Reinitz. "You said you wouldn't hurt me. Now you're slapping yourself in the face. I said I couldn't bear to hurt you. I wasn't talking about anyone else." Reinitz shrugged with a look that said, "What can you do about it?" The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched uncontrollably. "Are you playing word games with me? Didn't you just say that those people outside are your men? You want to order them not to hurt me? Do you think they won't listen to you? Speechless now, right? Just admit that you're threatening me, and maybe I'll have a better impression of you. Now don't tell me that your men won't listen to your orders as the director." Gu Nianji's words left Reinitz speechless. He rubbed the side of his tall nose with his finger helplessly and softened his tone. "Serious, let's not fight. I'm here to help you. Your father died young. Missing. I firmly believe that my father only went missing." Gu Nianji corrected Reinitz. "If you say that my father died young again, be careful that I don't turn on you." Reinitz was silent for a while. "I thought you already turned on me." Gu Nianji was speechless. "I can turn on you more." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. Reinitz kindly reminded her, "Your eyes are big, especially your pupils, which are dark and bright. When you roll your eyes, it looks like you're flirting. Don't roll your eyes anymore. If you do, I'll take it that you have a crush on me." Holy **T. He could do that. Gu Nianji chuckled and wished she could throw a curse at Reinitz's face. This was the first time that Reinitz had the upper hand in a verbal argument with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't want to talk anymore, so she turned around and walked out with a straight face. If someone was going to shoot her when she stepped out of the door, then so be it. It was better than dying in anger here. Reinitz saw that she was really anxious, so he took a step forward to hold her hand and said, "Serious, I was just joking." Gu Nianji turned her head and continued to ignore him. Seeing her like this, Reinitz nodded and said, "But you look very similar to what your father wrote in his letters." Gu Nianji didn't even turn around. "What do you mean? You keep saying that I look different from what my father wrote in his letters. What are you hinting at?" "I'm not hinting at anything. I'm just expressing a little bit of my feelings." Reinitz simply took her hand and stood together in front of the arch of the Taj Mahal's main hall. "Your father loved you very much. Every time he wrote a letter to someone, whether it was to the editor of a science magazine or a university professor, no matter what academic issue they discussed, he would always end up writing about you. From the first time you cried, the first time you crawled, the first time you stood, the first time you spoke, the first time you lost your temper, and the first time you fought with someone. He remembered it all clearly and with great relish. If there had been a WeChat moments at that time, Gu Xiangguan would probably have been the typical father who showed off his child and took great pains to show off his ugly child in WeChat moments every day. He also labeled all those who dared to tell the truth as blind and jealous. He also took those who flattered him and went against their conscience to praise his daughter for being very obedient and beautiful as his confidants. Reinitz had a very good memory and repeated Gu Xiangwen's words word by word. Gu Nianji couldn't help but listen. She turned around in a daze and said, "I really wasn't beautiful when I was young, and I probably wasn't very smart either. There were photos to prove that she wasn't beautiful. She had a chubby little round face and big eyes that couldn't be seen at all. She was also a chubby little girl." But speaking of temper, Gu Nianji couldn't remember what her temper was like when she was young. Since she could remember, she felt that her temper was quite obedient. At least she didn't cause too much trouble for Hu Xiaoheng. Although she would occasionally slack off, that was a common problem of 12 or 13-year-old children. It wasn't a problem unique to Gu Nianji. But she couldn't ignore one thing. Yi Xian and Gu Yanran had both said that she had a bad temper when she was young. Gu Nianji guiltily discovered that this bad temper seemed to match what Gu Xiangwen had said in his letters about her bad temper. So she was actually officially stamped with a bad temper. "So when I first saw you in the Alps, I really couldn't believe that you were the serious little Nianji in your father's letters." Reinitz leaned against the arched door frame. One of his long legs was elegantly bent, and his foot was pressed against the wall behind him. This posture seemed relaxed, but it actually contained extreme explosive power. As soon as there was a strange movement, he would immediately attack and repel the enemy. From Gu Nianji's angle, she could see his powerful and beautiful figure. It was like a slightly drawn bow, or like a sail fluttering in the wind on the sea. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and looked away. She said disapprovingly, "What's so strange about that? A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. What questions do you have? Who's exactly the same as when they were young? Even personality and temper can't be said to be exactly the same as when they were young, right? For example, when we were children, we would cry if we wanted to. We wouldn't think about whether it was ugly to cry, or whether it was embarrassing to cry in front of others. We learned to be patient and courteous. But we can't say that people have changed just because they look different, right?" Reinitz was silent for a while, then nodded. "That makes sense. That's right." Gu Nianji clapped her hands and nodded. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. It's getting late, and I'm hungry." "Where's my little friend? Can you give her back to me? You want to leave?" Reinitz grabbed her arm and said with a half-smile, "I worked so hard just to have a chance to be alone with you, and you're so heartless." Gu Nianji was speechless. "We never had any feelings for each other, okay?" Gu Nianji pushed Reinitz's hand away forcefully. "I said last time that you lied to me, and I dealt with you, so we're even. But this time, you owe me one again. You're the one who obviously owes me." Reinitz didn't bat an eyelid and took responsibility for dealing with the Japanese Secret Service elites. "If it weren't for me, you would have died at the hands of the Japanese." "How is that possible?" Gu Nianji glared at Reinitz. "How could you be the one who saved me? Who else could it be?" Reinitz didn't let up and deliberately asked, "Did someone else save you?" Gu Nianji opened her mouth but found she couldn't refute Reinitz's words. If she refuted him, their plan would be exposed. At that moment, Gu Nianji had no idea whether or how much Reinitz knew about He Zhichu and Hu Xiaoheng's plan. Glaring at him hatefully, Gu Nianji turned her head away and muttered, "I'll call the police." "Why didn't anyone save me?" "Here. Call the police." Reinitz sneered and shook his head. "I'll take that as a joke. Okay, let's not waste time and get back to business. Actually, I came here with an important mission. Saving you was just a coincidence." Gu Nianji was speechless. Seeing that Gu Nianji didn't respond, Reinitz had no choice but to continue. My mission also has something to do with you. So I hope you can cooperate with us and complete this mission together. What if I refuse? Gu Nianji spread her hands to indicate her reluctance. This mission is directly related to your father. Reinitz took his hands out of his pockets and put them behind his back. His legs were slightly spread apart as he stood straight in front of Gu Nianji. He looked down at her with a great sense of oppression. Then what does it have to do with me if you look for my father? Do you want the son to pay his father's debts? Gu Nianji also raised her head proudly and refused to give in. Your grandfather took something from our bureau and passed it on to your father. Now we hope to return it to its rightful owner. Reinitz spoke slowly as he took out his phone from his pocket and swiped it open to show Gu Nianji a piece of information. This was the first update, Chapter 1161, Hope to Return the Rightful Owner. It was the third update today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Moi. P.S. Thank you, Beth1211, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. 10 chapters have been blocked and may only be unblocked on Monday because the editor doesn't work on the weekend. Let's wait another day. Chapter 1169. Gu Nianji's expression was very subtle. My grandfather took something from your bureau. You want me to return it to you? Pft pft. Gu Nianji wanted to stick out her tongue in disdain. You seem to have forgotten that everything from your bureau was taken away. Gu Nianji looked at Reinitz with amusement. How do you want me to return it? I don't have anything I want, but I have my life. Reinitz smiled. To be honest, we actually have backups of everything that was taken that time. At most, we just need to change the keys and the information can be shared as long as those people can crack our passwords. However, the things your grandfather took were different. During the war years many years ago, there was no internet or computers, so all information was saved on paper. He took the originals and destroyed the copies. Gu Nianji, well done. Gu Nianji blinked with a smile and said playfully, Oh. I'm really sorry. It seems like your bureau's feng shui isn't good. You keep encountering this kind of thing. She wasn't ashamed at all. Instead, she was proud of it. Reinitz was a little angry. His brows furrowed, and his voice deepened. Serious, this is very important. Don't try to change the topic. I'm not. Gu Nianji spread her hands and made up her mind not to agree to Reinitz's request. According to Reinitz, her grandfather took the things many years ago during the war. Based on her age, it should be during World War II. During World War II, someone who could take the originals from the German Gestapo and destroy the copies was no ordinary person. And something that the Gestapo had been searching for half a century must be even more impressive. Gu Nianji's eyes flickered slightly, and she also said seriously, Okay, since this is very important, let's have a good talk. Reinitz breathed a sigh of relief and his tone softened. Serious, as long as you know, however, Gu Nianji changed the topic. You said my grandfather took something from you, so you have to prove that it belongs to you first. Otherwise, how can we talk about the ownership of an item? Reinitz, he could understand every word that Gu Nianji said, but when they were strung together, he suddenly didn't know what she meant. Ownership. Yes. Gu Nianji spread her hands. You can't expect me to immediately believe that my grandfather took something from you and think that my grandfather is a thief, right? You know, I'm a lawyer, so I'm very concerned about the legal ownership of things. You want me to prove that this thing belongs to our bureau? Reinitz's eyebrows twitched as he suppressed the shock in his heart. After all, Gu Nianji had really hit the nail on the head and pointed out the essence of the problem. They had been searching for it for so many years, but they had never been able to bring it to the table. Because that thing involved a lot of secrets during World War II, it couldn't be disclosed to the public. Gu Nianji nodded solemnly. I can help you, but you must prove that this thing belongs to you. If you can't prove it, I can't help you. I'm already aggrieved that I can't speak up for my grandfather. If I were to follow you and accuse my grandfather, would I still be human? Before formulating the plan, Reinitz had thought of many scenarios and even thought of many possible reasons for Gu Nianji's refusal to cooperate. He had come up with countermeasures one by one. However, he had never thought that Gu Nianji would find him for evidence that could prove that the thing belonged to them. Reinitz was silent for a while, then said with difficulty. Of course there is evidence, but I'm afraid it's not good to show it to you. Then I really can't help you. Gu Nianji leaned against the arched door and crossed her arms. If you can't show me evidence, please don't say that my grandfather took something from you. What do you mean? Reinitz looked up at her, his blue eyes cold and without a trace of emotion. What I mean is very simple. I believe in my grandfather's character, and I don't think he would take something from you. If he really did take it, then it means that it wasn't yours to begin with. Gu Nianji spoke with conviction and refused to admit that her grandfather had been a thief. Now I know what it means to make a false accusation. Reinitz sneered at the empty field outside the door. It was paved with snow-white marble that reflected a white jade-like luster under the South Asian sun. Make a false accusation. Gu Nianji also sneered. Now I know what it means to be a thief calling a thief. Reinitz looked up at her abruptly. Serious, are you not going to listen to my kind advice? Are you forcing me to be heavy-handed? Heavy-handed? Gu Nianji sneered disdainfully. I wonder who was the one who said she wouldn't hurt me. I won't hurt you, and my men won't hurt you either. But I can't guarantee that for your little friend. Reinitz waved his hand and grabbed Gu Nianji's arm tightly. He pulled her out of the arched door and coldly ordered his men, bring her little friend over. Gu Nianji suddenly looked up at him. Reinitz's face was as ascetic as a religion. He was extremely handsome, but also extremely cold. Soon, two masked men with guns pushed a woman whose hands and feet were tied up and whose mouth was taped with tape as they stumbled over. Rong Mingxing was already awake, but she seemed to have suffered a little. Her hair was a little messy, and there was a hint of redness and swelling on her face where there was no tape. She must have been beaten. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at Rong Mingxing without batting an eyelid. Fortunately, although her clothes were a little dirty, she was still neatly dressed. She probably hadn't been violated. When she looked at Rong Mingxing's eyes again, there was only anger and fear. There was no pain or sadness. Gu Nianji was a little relieved and turned to look at Reinitz. Are you using her to threaten me? Don't use such a bad word as threat. Reinitz bowed slightly and resumed his usual angel face, devil heart behavior. I just hope that lawyer Gu can give us a chance to help us solve our problem and find the long-lost thing. Let her go. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth. Although she was extremely unwilling, she couldn't sit back and watch Rong Mingxing's personal safety. I can promise not to hurt her. Reinitz raised his eyebrows. When you help us find that thing, I will naturally let her go. Rong Mingxing heard this and tears immediately flowed down her face. She whimpered and shook her head desperately at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji couldn't stand it anymore. She clenched her fists and bargained with Reinitz. Let her go first. Otherwise, I'd rather die with her. Rong Mingxing's eyelids twitched, and she suddenly felt like she couldn't cry anymore. Reinitz narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Nianji. Are you negotiating with me? If you have something you absolutely must do, you'd better agree to my conditions. Otherwise, all of your hard work will go to waste. Gu Nianji enunciated each word clearly. She was also very anxious. Her top priority was to get Rong Mingxing away. If Reinitz really used Rong Mingxing's life to threaten her, Gu Nianji really didn't know how far she would go, really. What if I say no? Reinitz slowly walked to her side and looked down at her with a cold expression. My patience also has a limit. I won't use it on unnecessary people. Gu Nianji also threw caution to the wind. Up to you. If you really want me to help you, then let her go first. If you don't let her go, then find someone else. Can I trust you? Reinitz said in bewilderment, but he was also despising himself in his heart. It had already come to this, yet he still couldn't bear to hurt her. You have to trust me because you have no other choice. Gu Nianji finished speaking and walked quickly to Rong Mingxing's side with a sullen expression. She reached out to tear off the tape on her mouth. This was the second watch, chapter 1162, You Must Trust Me. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1170. Stop. The two masked gunmen standing next to Rong Mingxing raised their guns at Gu Nianji. The black muzzles of the guns were aimed at Gu Nianji, and a murderous aura assaulted her. Gu Nianji retracted her hand and turned to look at Reinitz behind her. Don't go too far. Keeping her alive to threaten me. Believe it or not, I'll die with you right now. Reinitz looked at Gu Nianji with his hands behind his back, his expression uncertain. Was he willing to give up on the 99th step? Rong Mingxing was indeed an accident, and he had never intended to capture her. What Gu Nianji said made sense. Rong Mingxing was a diplomat from the Huaxia Imperial Embassy in India. If anything happened to her, the aftermath might not be so easy to clean up. But what if he put it another way? Reinitz walked up to Gu Nianji and smiled. Actually, I'm helping you. I heard that you have a rule that people of your status can't meet foreign nationals alone. So if you two are together, you can testify for each other. Gu Nianji, she had indeed forgotten about that, but she and Rong Mingxing were being held hostage. How could the situation be the same? Gu Nianji couldn't help turning to look at Rong Mingxing. The expressions on her face were extremely varied, from anger to shock, and now panic and disbelief. She looked at Reinitz again, and for some reason, Gu Nianji felt a murderous aura from Reinitz's aura. She didn't know how to describe her feelings. Like a small animal's natural ability to predict dangerous environments, she had a strong feeling that if Rong Mingxing didn't leave this time, she probably wouldn't be able to leave. In a moment of desperation, Gu Nianji grabbed Reinitz's wrist that was hanging by his side and shook her head at him pleadingly. Her lips moved silently as she mouthed to him, "Don't kill her, please." The expression on her face was so vivid and striking that Reinitz couldn't take his eyes off her. He slowly raised his other hand, the other hand that wasn't being held by Gu Nianji. There was a gun in that hand. Gu Nianji's entire body trembled imperceptibly. Reinitz held the gun and pointed it at Rong Mingxing. "You want me to let her go? But what if she tells others about us? As far as I know, she doesn't get along with you." "About us? What do we have?" "Reinitz, don't talk nonsense." Gu Nianji was about to lose hope. She could only pray that Rong Mingxing didn't understand German and didn't know what Reinitz was saying. But how could she not know what Reinitz meant when he pointed a gun at her? Rong Mingxing really didn't understand German, but seeing Reinitz's movements and Gu Nianji's tight grip on Reinitz's arm, she could roughly guess that Reinitz wanted to kill her, and Gu Nianji was desperately trying to save him. In fact, Rong Mingxing knew that Gu Nianji couldn't even protect herself. The director of the Foreign Federal Intelligence Agency was clearly determined to get his hands on Gu Nianji. As a small fry, he was probably just cannon fodder. A bitter smile and helplessness appeared on her face. She knew this would happen, but fortunately, she had already made up her mind to exchange a life for a life. This was her sin, so let her pay for it. Rong Mingxing was very afraid of death, but she was even more afraid of having a guilty conscience for the rest of her life. Gu Nianji turned around in a panic and happened to meet Rong Mingxing's eyes. Gu Nianji's heart sank when she saw the determination in her eyes, as though she was facing death with equanimity. She didn't want to see another of her own people die for her. The 2 Special Operations Forces field agents who died in Germany were already her lifelong nightmare. If Rong Mingxing was added to the mix, Gu Nianji felt that she would really have to die to atone for her sins. The 2 field agents could be said to have died in the line of duty. And Rong Mingxing had chased after her completely for her. I promise you. Let her go, I beg you, let her go. Gu Nianji whispered in German and made up her mind. Would He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng appear at this time? Gu Nianji knew that her life wasn't in danger, and Reinitz wouldn't kill her because she still had value. But Rong Mingxing, Gu Nianji really didn't know what He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng would do. What if they didn't arrive in time? But she didn't dare gamble. She couldn't wait to see their actions. She didn't want to owe another life. Reinitz also breathed a sigh of relief. Unless it was absolutely necessary, who would want to hurt the Huaxia Empire's diplomats? But their plan couldn't be ruined because of an insignificant person. Reinitz held the gun and tilted his head. Come inside. Turning around, he took Gu Nianji's hand and walked into the main hall of the Taj Mahal where he and Gu Nianji had just been. The other 2 masked gunmen escorted Rong Mingxing inside. After Gu Nianji followed them in, she quickly glanced at where they were standing. Reinitz was really an expert because the position he chose to stand in was a blind spot. If there was a sniper outside at this time, he wouldn't be able to aim and shoot at all. Gu Nianji was secretly vigilant. Reinitz was a very cautious person and also very cunning. It was probably wishful thinking to expect him to be emotional. Reinitz let go of her hand and walked up to Rong Mingxing with the gun. He pressed it against her forehead and whispered something. Rong Mingxing looked up at him inexplicably. Reinitz let go of his other hand at this time, and a very old pocket watch hung from his palm. It hung in the air for a long time. The watch chain should be pure gold. Although it had faded, it was still yellow, but it wasn't as dazzling as new gold. Rong Mingxing's gaze couldn't help but be attracted by the pocket watch hanging in front of her eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, Reinitz murmured the hypnotic guide to guide Rong Mingxing. Gu Nianji only took one look before she felt dizzy and hurriedly looked away. The 2 masked gunmen beside Rong Mingxing also seemed to be hypnotized at the same time. They still maintained their original standing posture, but there was no more force in their hands. Rong Mingxing broke free from their shackles but didn't run away. She stared blankly at Reinitz and was led into the world of hypnosis by him. Relax your body now, especially your brain. Don't think about anything, don't look, don't listen. When you wake up, it's already late at night, and your world is dark. You just ran all day and are hungry. You have to go back and eat. Miss Gu got separated from you. Go back and tell them that you looked around but couldn't find her. Although Gu Nianji wasn't looking at Reinitz, she could still hear his words. Gu Nianji was extremely surprised to see him hypnotize Rong Mingxing here. It wouldn't be bad if this succeeded. At least she was sure that Reinitz wouldn't kill Rong Mingxing. Gu Nianji had also used this kind of hypnotic brainwashing on Tan Guiren before. However, compared to Reinitz, Gu Nianji's skills were still too shallow. Reinitz urged 3 people at once, and even the 2 masked gunmen were hypnotized by him. The 2 men quickly put away their guns, took Rong Mingxing's arm with blank expressions, and turned to take her away. Send her back to the Huaxia Empire Embassy in New Delhi after dark, Reinitz ordered lightly. This was the hypnotist's order, and it would be rooted in the depths of the hypnotized person's consciousness. Carrying out this kind of order would become the hypnotized person's instincts. So there was no need to worry that they would change midway. Soon, the two men left with Rong Mingxing. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and was sweating all over. She also looked at Reinitz as if she had just woken up from a nightmare. Reinitz turned around and saw Gu Nianji's pale expression. Her eyes were extremely tired, but she forced herself not to fall to the ground. Reinitz sighed inwardly. It seemed that Li Deshi knew the Gu family better than he did. Sure enough, hypnosis didn't work on them. This was because the person who created this hypnosis was said to be Gu Nianji's grandfather and Gu Xiangwen's father, Gu Haoze. This set of hypnosis was said to be a method obtained from ancient Indian books. It could be said to be a kind of sutra of yoga, and it had been improved by a genius psychologist, Gu Haoze. Reinitz was one of the few professionals who could successfully perform this set of hypnosis. However, it had never worked on Gu Nianji. Of course, perhaps it was because he had never been able to achieve the inner peace needed to perform this set of hypnosis when facing Gu Nianji. Peace. So it was reasonable that it didn't work. Gu Nianji wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked in a low voice, "Are you really going to let my little friend go? What else can I do? Do you think hypnosis can be used just like that?" Reinitz looked at her with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't let Gu Nianji see that his hand holding the gun was spasming and trembling. It took a lot of energy to perform this set of hypnosis. Reinitz was now severely exhausted. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child could probably knock him down with one punch. However, he couldn't let Gu Nianji know this, so he forced himself to talk to her as if nothing had happened. Gu Nianji nodded reluctantly and asked tentatively. "Those two people sent her back, but you don't have any helpers now. Serious, are you concerned about me?" Reinitz's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt all the strength in his body return. "Don't worry too much, baby. I still have a lot of people lying in ambush in places you can't see. Gu Nianji. Come, don't forget what you promised me." Reinitz waved at her. "Help us find this thing, and we might be able to find your father's whereabouts. It doesn't matter if he's dead or alive." This was the second night watch, chapter 1163, The Founder. It was the third night watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. It was 8:00 in the evening, the third night watch. Mwah. Chapter 1171. Gu Nianji had originally planned to quickly contact He Zhichu and ask them to rescue her while Reinitz had no helpers by his side. Now that she heard that Reinitz had set up an ambush elsewhere, she was instantly discouraged. That's right. With Reinitz's status and means, how could he only have these two people by his side? Reinitz saw Gu Nianji suddenly become listless and smiled. He took out his phone, opened an encrypted file, and handed it to Gu Nianji. "Serious, I know you're the smartest. I don't think anyone else can guess the meaning of this poem other than you." Gu Nianji originally wanted to ignore Reinitz, but she caught a glimpse of the poem from the corner of her eye. It was the first part of the poem on the note Reinitz had given her. Pursing her lips, she took the phone from Reinitz's hand. She was indeed very curious. She really wanted to know what her grandfather, Gu Haoze, had taken from the Gestapo's Federal Intelligence Service and made them pursue it for half a century, and Reinitz even knew her grandfather's name. This was information that even Hu Xiaoheng and the others couldn't find. She also didn't know if He Zhichu knew her grandfather. Gu Nianji's thoughts ran wild as she looked down at the document. Reinitz showed her a high-resolution photo of a piece of stationery. However, she could tell that the letter was quite old. The paper was slightly yellowed, but the handwriting was still very clear. It was her father's, Gu Xiangwen's, handwriting. His impetuous mood settled down when he saw the neat and tidy running script and the elegant English handwriting. Gu Nianji looked down. Father, I've thought about it for a long time, but I still can't agree with you. This thing has too many implications, and Japan and Germany still haven't given up on the pursuit. We must consider it carefully. I don't want this thing to cause trouble for my children in the future, but I also don't want what you risked your life for all those years ago to be meaningless. So I put it somewhere far away from my family. If one day someone wants to find this thing, they must pass my test. Because this thing must never fall into the hands of someone with evil intentions. Then there was a poem that Gu Nianji couldn't be more familiar with. Taj Mahal, The Eternal Tear, by the Indian poet Tagore. These wastiho piner heart built ofcoms diamond sand pearls like thebs, shimmering of rainbows in empty horizons. Let it be hidden only lethas in meteor drop glisten puria upon the cheek off time. This Taj Mahal. This is the hope of your heart, inlaid with gems, diamonds, and pearls. Like the magic flash of the rainbow on the empty horizon. Let it hide, only when the tears fall, only the eternity of time will shine. She swiped open the page and flipped to the second page. She saw another Tagore poem, the most distant waint the furthest distance in the world. Themis distant wayant world is not away from birth to themed itis when I Sydney area that you didn't understand I love you. Not from birth to death, but I sit by your side, but you don't understand that I love you. But you don't understand that I love you. There were only the first 4 lines of the poem, and it was completely different from Gu Xiangwen's handwriting. The piece of paper also looked much newer, unlike the yellowed letter paper. This picture probably had nothing to do with Gu Xiangwen. As for who it had to do with, Gu Nianji didn't want to guess. She only glanced at it and flipped back to the previous page as if nothing had happened. She handed the phone back to Reinitz. This poem is the only clue. Reinitz took the phone with mixed feelings. He wanted to ask her if she had seen the poem on the second page, but when he caught a glimpse of her face, he swallowed the idea. He turned off the phone and nodded. I've read all of your father's early letters and manuscripts. This thing is the closest to what we're looking for. We believe that the whereabouts of that thing is related to this letter. Gu Nianji thought about it silently for a while and asked. Can you tell me what that thing is? Not only had the Gestapo been searching for it for half a century, but her father had also written a letter to her grandfather to discuss the whereabouts of this thing. He had also said that he didn't want to cause trouble for his children. Gu Nianji wasn't sure if she had been born when Gu Xiangwen wrote this letter. Reinitz hesitated for a long time until Gu Nianji said impatiently, if you don't tell me, I won't have any clues at all. How can I help you find it? It doesn't matter if you waste your time, but don't waste my time. Also, let me clarify again. This thing belongs to my family. My family. Reinitz was amused by her. He shook his head and said softly. It's a set of data. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She knew it had something to do with data. Is it scientific research? What kind of scientific research? Gu Nianji pretended to be curious. I don't know about that. Reinitz refused immediately. That's not a lot of data. It's about 100 pages of letter paper. That's not a lot. Gu Nianji was shocked. The letter paper is A4, and it's a letter size. A4 paper was the standard in the Huaxia Empire. Size was the standard in the United States. Reinitz thought about it. It's probably a letter size. There's so much stuff. Why would it be hidden here? Gu Nianji's head hurt. She looked around the Taj Mahal and finally asked, I haven't explored this place yet. Can I look around? Of course. Reinitz walked to her side and took her hand. But you have to listen to me and follow me. Otherwise, my friends hiding in the dark won't be happy to see you wandering around alone. This was a warning to Gu Nianji not to try and escape under the guise of sightseeing. Gu Nianji was speechless. She had already given up on that idea a long time ago, okay? But Reinitz didn't believe her. He stubbornly held her hand and toured the now empty Taj Mahal. After leaving the main hall, they had actually toured more than half of the Taj Mahal. They looked at the side halls, bell towers, and pillars in the four corners. It didn't take long to admire the beautiful architecture of the Taj Mahal. However, Reinitz held her hand the entire time. From a distance, they looked like a young couple touring the scenic area. Gu Nianji's mind was on the poem and pondered how to decipher it, but Reinitz was deliberately acting affectionately. He knew someone was watching them from behind. He was waiting for that person to lose his cool. He Ji-Chu was about to explode from anger. First, Reinitz attacked from the back and almost killed an entire team of his men. Now, he saw Reinitz brazenly holding Gu Nianji's hand and strolling around the Taj Mahal like a couple. He Ji-Chu held the binoculars and wanted nothing more than to take a knife and cut off Reinitz's hand. After watching for a while, he threw the binoculars away in frustration and took out his phone to dial a number Hu Xiaoheng had given him. This wasn't Hu Xiaoheng's usual phone number, but a temporary number used for missions. Communication was also completely through the Huaxia Empire's self-developed Nanda communication satellite navigation system, so there was no need to worry about foreigners eavesdropping or leaking secrets. The phone rang 3 times before someone picked up. The voice was probably coming from a voice changer, so it wasn't Hu Xiaoheng's voice at all. "Professor He, what's the matter?" The tone was still Hu Xiaoheng's. He Ji-Chu suppressed his anger and lowered his voice to say, "How much longer do you want to wait? Did you actually come to India?" "Of course I'm here," Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. "I saw everything you saw." He Ji-Chu was silent for a minute. "You're not angry?" Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. "Can't you see that he did it on purpose? Besides, the target isn't in danger. He should be looking for clues right now, so don't complicate things. All you care about is the mission." "The mission? Is it because of your mission that you won't even blink no matter what?" He Ji-Chu was irritated by Hu Xiaoheng's calm attitude. "Don't let me be wrong about you. I'm telling you, I can change my mind at any time." Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and hid between the branches of a large tree. The thick shade of the tree blocked his and his companions' figures. He looked ahead vigilantly, aware of the movements of the people in the Taj Mahal. "Professor He, don't be impatient. We've been preparing for so long, so why fail at the last moment?" Hu Xiaoheng took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He wanted to smoke, but he remembered that he was in the bushes, so he gave up on the idea. He only held the cigarette in his mouth to satisfy his craving. He Ji-Chu listened to Hu Xiaoheng's words and sneered. "Fine, you have the demeanor of a great general who can decide a victory from 1,000 miles away. I'm just an insignificant pawn. However, I still have to tell you that if the target is in danger, our agreement is null and void." This meant that if Gu Nianji was really in danger, He Ji-Chu would disregard his cooperation with Hu Xiaoheng and directly rush out to fight Reinitz. Hu Xiaoheng took the cigarette out of his mouth and crushed it into powder. He jumped off the tree and threw it into the river nearby. On the other side of the Taj Mahal, Gu Nianji and Reinitz had already walked hand in hand to the front of the tunnel. It was already evening, and the sun was setting. The afterglow shone on the front of the Taj Mahal and dyed the pure white Taj Mahal a reddish-orange. Gu Nianji walked a few steps along the tunnel and her eyes fell on the reflecting pool next to the tunnel. From this angle, the entire Taj Mahal could be seen in the reflecting pool, and the afterglow of the setting sun perfectly framed the Taj Mahal in gold. From the reflecting pool, the afterglow of the setting sun was like the rainbow light emitted by the jewels on the crown. It was dazzling. Gu Nianji thought it was beautiful. She quickly took out her phone with her other hand and said to Reinitz, "Can you let go of my hand? I want to take a photo of the Taj Mahal." Reinitz let go of her hand, and Gu Nianji held the phone with both hands. She found the right angle and snapped several photos. After taking the photos, she opened the photo album and swiped through them one by one. Suddenly, she let out a soft gasp. She took a few steps back and looked at the Taj Mahal again. Then she looked at the reflecting pool and looked at the photos on her phone again. Amused, she showed the photos to Reinitz. "Look, doesn't this Taj Mahal in the reflecting pool look like the head of a girl wearing a crown?" This was the first night watch, Chapter 1164, The Girl Wearing a Crown. It was the third night watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. The second night watch at 1 p.m., and the third night watch at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1172. Reinitz leaned over and pressed his head against Gu Nianji's as he looked at the photo she had just taken on her phone. The photo was very beautiful, and the angle perfectly captured the reflection of the top half of the Taj Mahal on the water. In the clear blue reflection pool, the figure of the Taj Mahal was like a dream. The pure white Taj Mahal was dyed orange in the sunset, and in the reflection pool, it happened to be upside down. The pointed pagoda on the roof became the lower jaw of the girl's head, and the round roof was the girl's round face. The complex leaf-shaped pattern on the cross-section of the roof was the girl's long and narrow phoenix eyes. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if she was sleeping. From the angle of the photo, a stone pillar in front of the Taj Mahal became the girl's straight nose bridge. The two smaller roofs of the Taj Mahal and the large roof were reflected in the reflection pool, forming a crown. Gu Nianji carefully looked at the girl's head in the reflection of the Taj Mahal and thought it was a bit familiar. Pure white skin, a round face, slender eyebrows, and a small cherry mouth. This appearance was a bit like the photo of Gu Nianji when she was a child. Or rather, it was similar to the doll when she was a child. Of course, it looked more like when Shuyi. Because when Shuyi was older and more mature. Gu Nianji's current appearance was completely different from when she was a child. Thinking about it this way, could she have looked similar to when she was a child? This was a new discovery for Gu Nianji. Because she had hated when Shuyi from the beginning, and she herself had grown up to look completely different from when she was a child, she had never thought about it in this direction. This time, the girl's head in the reflection pool of the Taj Mahal seemed to evoke this sense of similarity. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and put this unpleasant thought to the back of her mind. She focused on the Taj Mahal and the poem. She walked back and forth a few more times in the corridor in front of the Taj Mahal. Her eyes were still attracted by the girl's head in the reflection pool. Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of two lines in the poem. This waste hope in your heart built Ofcom's diamond sand pearls. The pillars of the Taj Mahal used to be inlaid with many gems, but they were all pried away during the World War. For example, the shorter pillar in front of the Taj Mahal was the one that looked like a girl's straight nose in the reflection pool. As they got closer, they could see the potholes left behind by the jewels that had been pried away. The pillar was not tall, and there was a small umbrella-shaped pagoda at the top. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She walked over and walked around the pillar to look at it. This pillar was inconspicuous among the buildings of the Taj Mahal, but in the reflection pool of the Taj Mahal, it was the centermost position. Does it have any special meaning? Gu Nianji's intuition told her that this place looked ordinary, but it was actually hiding something. She scrutinized the pillar carefully, not missing a single spot. Soon, she found a line of words engraved in Sanskrit near the top of the pillar. Gu Nianji didn't understand Sanskrit, but she could look it up online. Scanning the line of Sanskrit, Gu Nianji used graphic recognition to extract the Sanskrit, then found the Sanskrit translation website and entered the line of words. The translation displayed on the website was, "These wasti hope in your heart. Gu Nianji, F***ck, this is going to cause trouble." Her expression was a little agitated, and her hands trembled slightly. What's wrong? Do you think there's something wrong with this pillar? Reinitz walked over and stood beside her. They looked up at the pillar together. The pillar was indeed not tall. Reinitz was about 1.88 meters tall. Standing in front of the pillar, he only needed to raise his hand to touch the top of the pillar. Thehopain your heart built ofgems diamond sand pearls. Gu Nianji murmured this sentence. Look, doesn't this look like the poem? This pillar was once inlaid with a lot of jewels. Reinitz looked at it for a while. Many places in the Taj Mahal are inlaid with a lot of jewels, not just this pillar. What do you want to say? But, only this pillar, is Thehopain. Gu Nianji pointed to a line of Sanskrit near the top of the pillar and said, Look, this is Sanskrit. I just translated it. Reinitz's heart skipped a beat. This is it. He had been walking around the Taj Mahal for more than half a month, but he had never paid attention to this pillar, let alone the line of Sanskrit on it. But he couldn't be blamed for this. There were only about 10,000 people on the entire blue planet who could speak Sanskrit, and most of them were Brahmins of this country. And there were less than 1,000 people who could read Sanskrit. Reinitz's main profession was not linguistics, so it was normal that he did not know Sanskrit. Moreover, his attention was not on this inconspicuous pillar. No matter who came to the Taj Mahal, their eyes would only be on its main hall. Gu Nianji also came out to take a walk because she couldn't find any clues in the main hall. Taking pictures was also a subconscious action of her as a tourist. For her, the greatest pleasure of traveling was taking pictures, nothing else. Reinitz's attention was also drawn to this pillar. If this is the place, then it's even stranger. Could this pillar be hiding the data? Reinitz muttered to himself as he walked around the pillar again and again. Finally, he raised his hand, stood on his tiptoes, and reached for the small umbrella-shaped spire at the top of the pillar. The inside of the spire was hollow, just enough for one hand to reach in. Reinitz's hand circled around the inside of the pillar, and his face finally froze. He felt a small box the size of a lighter, which was fixed to the pillar wall. He touched it himself again and discovered that it was probably taped to it. Reinitz was speechless. He took out his military knife, climbed to the top of the pillar with one hand, and reached in with the other. He used the knife to separate the tape, then pulled hard and took out the small lighter. There really is something. Gu Nianji was also very surprised, and she smiled happily. Quick, look at what it is. Reinitz looked at the lighter in his hand. To be precise, it was not a lighter, but a small iron box the size of a lighter. This small iron box was locked with an even more exquisite little lock. After Reinitz looked up and down, he took out a small tool from his military knife string and stuck it into the keyhole of the lock. His hand cautiously swayed around the keyhole, looking for the place where the keyhole was connected. Finally, with a click, the small lock was unlocked. Gu Nianji was speechless. He actually knew how to pick locks. Reinitz turned around to see her surprised expression, and he was overjoyed. He suddenly couldn't help but bend over and quickly kiss her forehead. Thank you, Sirius. This action made He Jichu, who was hiding nearby, unable to tolerate it any longer. F*CKU. He Jichu threw away the binoculars again, and with a gun in one hand, he slammed the windowsill with the other and jumped down. All teams, attention. All teams, attention. Target, Tunnel Plaza. Target, Tunnel Plaza. He Jichu led his own people and ran toward where Reinitz and Gu Nianji were standing with a murderous look on their faces. This was the first night watch, Chapter 1165, Finding the First Pass. It was the third night watch today. Remind everyone of your recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. 8:00 o'clock in the evening, the third night watch. Mwah. Chapter 1173. Reinitz finally kissed Gu Nianji. Although it was only on her forehead, and although it was only an expression of surprise, he still managed to kiss her. At that moment, he felt that his life was complete and that he no longer had any regrets. She was such a beautiful woman. Even the skin on her forehead was so soft and smooth. When his lips pressed against hers, he felt as if his lips were about to burn. He was on the verge of exploding, but the heat had already spread throughout his body. Reinitz suddenly felt very hot. Gu Nianji couldn't dodge in time and was kissed on the forehead by Reinitz. The part of her forehead that was kissed by Reinitz suddenly felt hot. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly dodged to the side. She frowned and said, "How many times have I told you not to touch me? Why won't you listen? If you continue like this, we won't be able to cooperate." Reinitz closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. "I'm sorry, serious. I didn't mean to. I'm really too happy." How could Reinitz not be happy when he finally had a lead on what he had been looking for so long? Last time, their bureau was breached by the pink piggy, and almost everything was taken away. As the supervisor, Reinitz was supposed to bear the main responsibility. However, the veteran figure of their bureau, Li Dishi, stepped in to protect him, so he was safe and sound. He wasn't demoted or punished. Deep down, he still felt very guilty. He caused such a huge loss to the country, but he didn't reveal who the pink piggy was. This went against his many years of beliefs and principles. But that was a subconscious action. He didn't regret hiding the truth about the pink piggy, but he still felt guilty. This time, if he could successfully find the important data that had been lost for nearly half a century, he would be able to atone for his sins. Gu Nianji looked at him speechlessly and pointed to the small iron box in his hand. "Do you think this is what you're looking for? More than 100 pages of letter sizes data are all in this small iron box." Reinitz looked at the rusty little iron box and muttered. "Maybe your father recorded them on microfilm. Or, flash memory." This was the only way he could think of to shrink it. When Gu Haozi took away this data, microfilm and flash memory had not yet been created on the blue planet. But in Gu Xiangwen's hands, perhaps microfilm and flash memory had already been invented. However, the small metal box was too flat. Reinitz wondered what kind of microfilm or flash drive could be so small. His fingers caressed the small iron box, and with a slight push of his thumb, he opened the small iron box with a click. Gu Nianji also looked over with wide eyes. The small metal box didn't contain the microfilm or flash drive that Reinitz had expected. He was slightly disappointed. Gu Nianji didn't think about microfilm or flash memory. She didn't even believe that this was the data they were looking for. Because there was only a neatly folded piece of paper in the small metal box. The note was yellowed and looked like it had been there for a long time. It looked similar to the picture on the phone that Reinitz had shown Gu Nianji. "Why is there only one note?" Gu Nianji was surprised. "Is it a new clue?" Reinitz glanced at Gu Nianji and took out the note with a headache. He opened it and glanced at it. As expected, it was a paragraph written by Gu Xiangwen. "Congratulations on passing the first stage. I don't know why you're looking for the whereabouts of this thing. But before I tell you where it is, you can go to these places to take a look." Then, the note wrote the names of a few clinics. Batty Fertility Assistance Center, Parents Clinic in the Labadoo Project, Das Fertility Medical Clinic, Legioan Infertility Treatment Center. Without exception, these clinics were specialized in childbirth. Gu Nianji was confused. What kind of data is it? Why was it all related to childbirth? The corners of Reinitz's eyes twitched imperceptibly. He was about to come up with a random excuse to fool Gu Nianji when he suddenly heard a loud bang. The sound was too familiar. Without thinking, he pulled Gu Nianji to him and rolled to the ground with her in his arms. He used his body to protect her. A bullet almost brushed past them, sending stone fragments flying in the corridor beside them. Let go of her. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go of her, I'll send you to meet your god. He Jichu's icy voice traveled over. He spoke in perfect Hanover German, and his sonorous tone expressed his deep anger and unwillingness. Reinitz sneered and held Gu Nianji in the crook of his arm with one hand as he raised his hand to shoot in He Jichu's direction. Watch out! Gu Nianji panicked and struggled with all her might in an attempt to disrupt Reinitz's balance so he wouldn't be able to shoot accurately. However, Reinitz's arm was like cast iron, and he held Gu Nianji in place with just one hand. He Jichu's eyes were bloodshot when he saw this. He pointed his submachine gun at Reinitz and Gu Nianji, but he didn't dare shoot again. Bullets didn't have eyes. Reinitz held Gu Nianji hostage by his side. Although he didn't use her as a shield, who knew if he would suddenly change his mind? How many people could sacrifice themselves for others in a life-and-death situation? He Jichu didn't dare take the risk. He hung the submachine gun on his back and took out a pistol with his other hand. He aimed at Reinitz's leg and fired 3 times. Reinitz hugged Gu Nianji and rolled away again. The bullets landed where they were, kicking up a cloud of dust and stone debris and leaving a small crater. He Jichu's men stood guard beside him. They all held submachine guns and didn't miss a single direction. Reinitz quickly issued an order through his Bluetooth headset. Not long after, masked gunmen suddenly emerged from the holly trees around the Taj Mahal's tunnel and fired at He Jichu and his men. He Jichu's men were all wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. When they saw the situation, they quickly turned their guns and shot back at the gunmen. Bang, bang, bang. Intense gunshots rang out above the Taj Mahal, indicating that a gunfight had broken out there. Gu Nianji's ears were about to go deaf, but Reinitz held her firmly in place. She couldn't even raise her arms to cover her ears. Reinitz's men were attacking after the enemy had struck, and they all had their own bunkers. Although He Jichu's men were wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, they could only protect the vital parts of the torso. There were no bulletproof devices for non-vital parts such as the legs and arms. Soon, He Jichu's men were taken down one by Reinitz's masked gunmen. They were either shot in the arm or in the leg, and they screamed as they fell. He Jichu also lay down on the ground and rolled on the ground. He was already closer to Reinitz. Stop! Reinitz roared. My gun can penetrate bulletproof vests. Don't think I won't dare to shoot you. He was still a bit afraid of He Jichu because Li Dishi had once told him not to confront He Jichu, but now it was either you die or I die, so Reinitz felt that he might not necessarily listen to Li Dishi. He Jichu froze for a moment and saw Gu Nianji in Reinitz's arms. She was so nervous that her face was flushed and she shook her head desperately at him. While he was distracted, Reinitz's masked gunmen had already jumped out of their bunkers. They carried submachine guns and pounced on He Jichu. Gu Nianji finally broke down and shouted. No! Professor He, go! Go! She used all her strength in Reinitz's arms to push him, kick him, bite him, and tear him apart. She wanted nothing more than to bite off a piece of flesh from him. The masked gunmen held their guns and aimed at He Jichu's head. They were getting closer and closer. The Taj Mahal, which had just been ringing with intense gunfire, suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere around them became more and more oppressive. The setting sun shed its last rays of light before disappearing on the western horizon. This was the moment when the sky was about to turn dark, when black and white alternated. Gu Nianji watched as the masked gunmen gradually approached He Jichu. Their footsteps were heavy and powerful. Tap, 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 tap. It was like iron hooves trampling on her chest. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was screaming Hu Xiaoheng's name in her heart, but she couldn't say a word. Hu Xiaoheng, are you going to miss it again this time? As if responding to the cries in her heart, the dark sky suddenly fell, and everyone's vision instantly darkened. It was dark. At that moment, a dozen bullets suddenly sprang out of the darkness with sparks that cut through the darkness. They were fired later but arrived first. With a whoosh, they hit Reinitz's masked gunmen almost at the same time. They were all shot in the back of their heads, and their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Then with a plop, as if in slow motion, they fell on their backs one by one. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Her face was covered in dust, and she looked like a little tabby cat. In the thick night, she saw a dozen tall figures also quietly approaching from all directions. She couldn't sense any murderous intent, but it was more terrifying than any murderous intent. Although she couldn't see their faces clearly, Gu Nianji recognized them immediately. The tall man walking at the very front was definitely Hu Xiaoheng. He was finally here. This time, he didn't disappoint her. Gu Nianji's tears flowed again, but she didn't realize it at all. She just smiled happily and contentedly. This was the third watch, chapter 1166, he's here. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Asterisk degree asterisk. Chapter 1174. They came in the night, but it was as if they had brought light with them, dispelling the thick darkness. The moon peeked out in the sky and sprinkled its light on the ground, making the dozen or so figures appear even taller. As soon as the gunshot rang out, Reinitz knew something was wrong. They were surrounded. He made a prompt decision and immediately stuffed the note he had found in the pillar into his mouth. He chewed it up before swallowing it. After he finished processing the note, he looked up and saw a red light flash in front of him. A small red dot was aimed at the center of his forehead. Although he couldn't see the red light that flashed in front of him made him immediately understand that he was locked on by a sniper rifle. If he moved, he would immediately be shot in the head by the sniper. Reinitz's body instantly stiffened, and he didn't even have time to do anything to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji excitedly struggled again. This time, she easily broke free from Reinitz's shackles and got up from the ground. She looked back and saw that Reinitz was still in the same position on the ground. His head was tilted, and his gaze fell on the figures in front of him. Gu Nianji clearly saw a red dot on Reinitz's forehead. It looked like the light from a laser pointer. Of course, she knew that this red dot was actually a sniper rifle's lock-on. No wonder Reinitz was lying motionless on the ground in the same position as before. His gaze shifted to Gu Nianji. His eyes looked so blue under the moonlight that they were almost black. They really looked like the sea under the moonlight. Gu Nianji pouted at him and immediately turned to smile. The 10 or so tall figures had already arrived by their side and surrounded them. Gu Nianji was very familiar with the figure at the front. She had already recognized it as Hu Xiaoheng. Therefore, when she saw the man's full beard and unfamiliar aquiline nose, she was stunned. The man didn't even look at her. He walked to He Jichu's side with his gun and reached out to him. "Boss, we're late." The voice was low and hoarse, and every sound seemed to be sanded with sandpaper. It wasn't Hu Xiaoheng's voice either. Gu Nianji only hesitated for a moment before understanding. Hu Xiaoheng and the others had disguised themselves. Just like every overseas operation of the Special Operations Forces, they would disguise themselves and not be easily exposed. The joy on Gu Nianji's face faded and she stood silently to the side. The moonlight was like water, shining on the pure white Taj Mahal, making it look like a bright moon palace. Under the moonlight, the Taj Mahal had a different kind of charm, like a peerless beauty frozen at the most beautiful moment of her life. He Jichu looked at the outstretched hand in front of him. His gaze followed the hand, up the strong arm, and stopped on an unfamiliar face covered in a full beard. He actually modified it, too cunning. He Jichu snorted but didn't take Hu Xiaoheng's hand. Instead, he pushed himself up and sneered, "Thanks to you, I'm not dead yet. You guys really came at the right time." He didn't say anything, but he used his eyes to warn He Jichu not to go overboard. The corners of He Jichu's lips twitched. If Gu Nianji hadn't been watching, he would have slapped her. What the hell? He didn't care about Gu Nianji's life and used her as bait for Reinitz to take advantage of her. He Jichu raised his head and turned to walk to Reinitz's side. He suddenly raised his leg and kicked Reinitz's chest. Gu Nianji trembled in fear and covered her mouth with both hands to stifle the scream she was about to let out. Hu Xiaoheng coughed uncomfortably and said in a hoarse voice, "Boss, let's go quickly." There were corpses everywhere, and the mercenaries He Jichu had brought were already beaten to the point where they couldn't move. As soon as the sun rose, the country's military and police discovered them, so it wouldn't be easy for them to escape. Moreover, because He Jichu acted rashly, the person behind Reinitz didn't come out and only captured Reinitz. He Jichu vented the anger in his chest and clenched his fists. He waved his hand and said, "Tie him up and take him away." Hu Xiaoheng gave his subordinates a look and told them to listen to He Jichu's orders. Two soldiers silently took a special rope from their waists and tied Reinitz up. They used the international sailor's knot. It was said that the more one struggled, the tighter the knot became. It was very secure. He Jichu finally walked to Gu Nianji's side and looked down at the dust on her face. He took out a pack of wet tissues from his pocket and carefully wiped her face. Gu Nianji suppressed the excitement in her heart and obediently let He Jichu wipe her face. She stood beside He Jichu and controlled her gaze not to look at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng also didn't say anything. He was dressed in dark camouflage and had infrared night vision goggles on his head. On his feet were the B-brand military boots that mercenaries often wore. They were said to be strong enough to kill a cow with one kick. He and another colleague dressed as mercenaries stood shoulder to shoulder behind He Jichu and acted like they were protecting their boss. Of course, Gu Nianji, who was standing next to He Jichu, was also under his protection. The rest of the people dealt with the corpses on Reinitz's side. The corpses were dragged away and thrown into the river next to the Taj Mahal. The mercenaries He Jichu had brought earlier had their legs or arms injured, but their lives weren't in danger. These people were supported into the dark night and walked towards the jeeps they had brought with them. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left in the corridor in front of the Taj Mahal. He Jichu took Gu Nianji's hand and asked Reinitz coldly, "What did you find in that pillar?" He Jichu actually didn't want to ask such a ridiculous question. However, Hu Xiaoheng kept sending him messages through his Bluetooth headset and asked him to first find out what clues Reinitz had found. Reinitz smiled. He had just been kicked hard by He Jichu, so his internal organs were shaken and the corners of his lips were bleeding. However, his arms were tied behind his back, so he couldn't wipe himself. Under the moonlight, his appearance was very horrifying. Gu Nianji turned her head uncomfortably and looked at the Taj Mahal in the distance. Reinitz smiled even more happily. He had already chewed up the note and swallowed it. Even if they killed him and cut him open, they wouldn't be able to find it. "Sorry, there's no more." Reinitz raised his eyebrows and spoke in a very gentlemanly manner. He Jichu frowned. "No more? What do you mean there's no more?" "There's no more means there's no more. You guys came too late. I already ate that thing," Reinitz said politely. Although he was tied up, he still stood ramrod straight like he was going to a palace bowl. He Jichu's lips twitched. He was about to tell Hu Xiaoheng that there was nothing he could do when Gu Nianji quietly recited the note she had just seen. Congratulations on passing the first stage. I don't know why you want to track down this thing. But before I tell you where it is, you can go to these places to take a look. Barty Fertility Assistance Center, the Labadoo Project's Parental Treatment Center, Das Fertility Medical Clinic, Legio Infertility Treatment Center. With Gu Nianji's photographic memory, that little note of less than 200 words was a piece of cake. He Ji-chu, Reinitz, both of them thought, damn, how could they forget about Gu Nianji's genius IQ? Only Hu Xiaoheng burst out laughing. He Ji-chu turned around and glared at him. How dare you laugh at the boss? Hu Xiaoheng quickly wiped his smile and looked up. I wouldn't dare. Reinitz's suspicious gaze lingered on Hu Xiaoheng's face for a moment. He didn't recognize this person at all. With these people's skills, he actually couldn't tell which mercenary group they belonged to, and because of Reinitz's work, he was very familiar with the mercenaries on the Blue Planet. Gu Nianji quietly looked down and had a hard time holding back her laughter. He Ji-chu held Gu Nianji's hand and felt her body tremble slightly. He knew she was laughing, and he felt even more aggrieved. He gritted his teeth and wrapped his arm around Gu Nianji's shoulders to hold her in his arms. He turned around and said sternly, let's go. He practically dragged Gu Nianji away with him. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flickered as his gaze swept past He Ji-chu's back. His burning gaze finally stopped on Gu Nianji's back, almost burning a hole in it. He turned around and waved his hand, ordering his men to escort Reinitz to follow. The soldier holding Reinitz put a piece of tape on his mouth, put a woolen cap over his face, and pushed him to follow the others. The group of people got into the cars, and the engines roared as they left the Taj Mahal with a roar. Gu Nianji and He Ji-chu got into the car in the middle and sat in the back. Hu Xiaoheng escorted Reinitz over and ordered his men to take him to the car in front. He walked to the car in the middle where He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji were sitting and pulled the door open. He Ji-chu slammed the back door and locked it from the inside. Gu Nianji looked at him speechlessly and quietly opened the back door on her side. Then she glanced at Hu Xiaoheng. There was a faint smile in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes as he walked around to Gu Nianji's side, opened the door, and slowly sat inside. Gu Nianji moved from the back seat on the left side of the door to the middle seat. He Ji-chu and Hu Xiaoheng sat on either side of her. This was the safest moment Gu Nianji had felt in days. She smiled as she looked at Hu Xiaoheng on her left, then at He Ji-chu on her right, and nodded in satisfaction. He Ji-chu's expression was cold as he ordered the driver in front, drive. The driver was also one of the Special Operations Forces field personnel that Hu Xiaoheng had brought with him. He only listened to Hu Xiaoheng's orders. Hu Xiaoheng also nodded and said, drive. Only then did he start the car and leave the Taj Mahal. They got on the highway and drove to He Ji-chu's apartment in New Delhi. Gu Nianji asked where they were going and thought of Rong Mingxing. She asked anxiously, by the way, where's Rong Mingxing? Have you guys contacted her? He Ji-chu didn't even look at her as he said coldly, you can't even protect yourself, and you still have to worry about others. She's fine and has already returned to the embassy. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled at He Ji-chu ingratiatingly. Thank you, Professor He. He Ji-chu snorted and didn't hear Gu Nianji say anything else for a long time. He was a little surprised and couldn't help but look at her, only to find that Gu Nianji had already fallen asleep. She had fallen asleep with her head on Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder on the other side. This was the first night watch, Chapter 1167, The Safest Moment. It was the third night watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes. Don't vote for the monthly votes yet. Wait until the end of the month to vote for double. The second night watch at 1 p.m., and the third night watch at 8 p.m. moi. Asterisk degree asterisk. Chapter 1175. Hu Xiaoheng was 1. 88 meters tall and was a soldier. Whether he was standing or sitting, he always had a standard military posture, the kind that could be used in textbooks. But this time, he bent his long legs in the spacious back seat of the jeep and slightly tilted his shoulder towards Gu Nianji. He didn't sit properly and was only trying to make her sleep as comfortable as possible. Actually, Hu Xiaoheng's muscles were strong and hard no matter how relaxed he was. Leaning against him wasn't actually comfortable. But to Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder was the most reassuring place. But at this time, Hu Xiaoheng only calmly looked straight ahead without any expression on his face. But He Jichu saw very clearly that Hu Xiaoheng's arm had already wrapped around Gu Nianji's waist and was gently supporting her from behind. Hu Xiaoheng only did this to prevent Gu Nianji from sleeping soundly during the bumpy ride. He Jichu looked at them coldly and pursed his lips as he looked out the window. Because of the power outage, there weren't even any street lights on New Delhi's highway. They completely relied on the jeep's headlights for illumination. It was pitch black on both sides outside the window, with only the occasional car headlight passing by and leaving a line of light on their retinas. But at this time, there weren't many cars on the highway. Everyone was busy exchanging money at the bank during the day, so they should all be going home to count their money now. He Jichu propped one elbow on the window and supported his chin with the back of his hand. After a moment of silence, he asked quietly, "How are you going to deal with Reinitz? Are you going to kill him?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at He Jichu strangely. "He's not a mercenary. How can I just kill him like that? He was the head of the Gestapo in a large country after all." You're so generous. I really underestimated you." He Jichu crossed his arms and sneered. "That's right. As long as it can help you complete the mission, you'll pay any price, including your girlfriend or wife, right?" No matter how well-mannered Hu Xiaoheng was, he was still angered by these words. But even if he was angry, no one could read anything from his expression. "Professor He, I'll take it that you spoke without thinking because of Nianji today. Nianji and I both forgive you. But I don't want to hear it a second time." He turned to look at He Jichu, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. They were so cold that it made people shudder. Of course, He Jichu wasn't afraid of him, but he was still satisfied with his attitude. He snorted softly, "Do you think I'm willing to say that? I don't want to see Nianji fall in love with scum." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes twitched, and his fingers trembled slightly. He actually had the instinct to pull out his gun. He tried hard to restrain himself from saying more things that he shouldn't say. The yellow camouflage jeep sped on the highway. After more than 10 minutes, the tension between the two gradually eased. He Jichu glanced at Gu Nianji's sleeping form and asked Hu Xiaoheng in a low voice, "How do you plan to explain this to Speaker Long?" This was Hu Xiaoheng's own business, so he didn't plan on telling He Jichu. He calmly changed the topic to Reinitz. "I've arranged everything over there. But this time, because of Reinitz, we still fell short of success. Failed at the last moment. What else do you want?" He Jichu's brows furrowed again, and a trace of disdain flashed in his shimmering, sultry eyes. "For the sake of your stupid plan, you put Nianji in such an unbearable situation. I'm telling you, if it weren't for Nianji, I wouldn't have participated in your stupid plan even if you beat me to death." "Stupid?" Hu Xiaoheng was a bit surprised, and his sharp eyes stared at He Jichu. "Is this how you view this plan? I thought you wanted to help Nianji." He Jichu, he suddenly looked away, no longer looking at Gu Nianji's sleeping face. He secretly clenched his fists to calm the tumultuous emotions in his heart. He said coldly, "Yes, I wanted to help Nianji. That's all." It didn't include helping Hu Xiaoheng build a career. Hu Xiaoheng always felt that He Jichu was implying something, but he couldn't ask him why. He had this feeling for a long time, but if he really wanted to ask, He Jichu wouldn't say a word, even if it was for Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, but he quickly relaxed and said calmly, "That's good. We finally have the same goal." Speaking of Reinitz, why did he want Nianji to help him find something? And what was that note about? He Jichu shook his head. "You'll have to ask Nianji about that. I wasn't there at the time, so I don't know at all." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him and saw that He Jichu was completely calm. It didn't seem like he was faking it at all, and he didn't have any psychological burden either. Hu Xiaoheng was secretly puzzled. He was about to ask again when Gu Nianji began to moan in her sleep. He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng quickly stopped talking. Hu Xiaoheng patted her back to calm her down, and she went back to sleep. Gu Nianji was still sound asleep when they arrived at He Jichu's apartment. They were about to get out of the car. Hu Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment, but He Jichu had already carried Gu Nianji horizontally in his arms and walked up the stairs to his apartment. He Jichu's villa was located in the wealthy district of the capital of this country. It was a pure white European-style building and was tightly surrounded by a perimeter wall. There were 2 large carved iron gates at the entrance. Their car drove straight through the big iron gate and stopped in front of the 4-story main villa in the courtyard. Reinitz got out of the car behind them and squinted at the house. If it weren't for the tape on his mouth, he would have whistled. He watched He Jichu carry Gu Nianji into the main door of the mansion and was slightly surprised. Could Gu Nianji be injured? He couldn't help but follow the 2 mercenaries who were escorting him inside. Hu Xiaoheng was still by He Jichu's side as the leader of the mercenaries. He Jichu carried Gu Nianji to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and said to Hu Xiaoheng without turning his head, "I don't care about Reinitz anymore. You can do whatever you want." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He crossed his arms and thought for a moment before nodding. "Okay, I'll take over. But you can't stay here." He Jichu snickered and put his hands in his pockets. "Hu Xiao, you have to understand that this is my territory, not yours. What right do you have to order me around?" Hu Xiaoheng replied calmly, "It's up to Nianji. She won't be happy to see you in the same bedroom as her when she wakes up." "You?" He Jichu was so angry at Hu Xiaoheng's words that he couldn't refute. Because Gu Nianji really did have that attitude towards him, Hu Xiaoheng. "I'm warning you. Don't think that you can use Nianji completely just because she's dead set on you. I'm telling you, as long as I'm here, don't even think about using her." He Jichu pointed a finger at Hu Xiaoheng and tapped the air a few times in a very imposing manner before turning to leave. Hu Xiaoheng stood in the room where Gu Nianji was sleeping for a while before taking a deep breath and turning to leave. He Jichu had already gone to the guest room next door to rest and hadn't even eaten dinner. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't be bothered to continue talking to him. He went to arrange for someone to cook and went to the room where Reinitz was being held. Reinitz was locked up in a small guest room on the basement level. The guest room had no windows and only one door to enter and exit. The furnishings inside were also very simple. There was only a bed, a desk, and a chair, as well as a simple bathroom with a shower. When Hu Xiaoheng entered, Reinitz was sitting on the chair and stretching his muscles. The ropes on his body had been removed and the tape on his mouth had been removed, but his hands and feet were shackled. Hu Xiaoheng didn't dare be careless when it came to Reinitz. Reinitz had just gone to the bathroom to relieve himself and stayed there for a few minutes to observe the situation around him. In the end, he discovered that it was basically impossible to escape. He was trying to think of a way to contact the people outside when he heard the door open. He turned to see the bearded mercenary leader with a hooked nose walk in. He smiled and nodded at him, then asked him in Chinese, "Which company's mercenary are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Although Hu Xiaoheng already knew from Gu Nianji that Reinitz could speak Chinese, he still looked surprised and seemed very surprised. He froze for a moment before replying in Chinese with a Southeast Asian accent, "I'm a small company that I found myself. I work for Mr. He to make a living." He purposely had a Southeast Asian accent in his Chinese because that was the place that produced the most Chinese mercenaries. Reinitz discreetly inquired about the mercenary leader's background. Hua Xiaoheng was already prepared, so he naturally made up a well-reasoned story. He wasn't afraid that Reinitz would investigate because every piece of information could be verified. However, Reinitz wasn't so gullible. He asked around and was still skeptical. In the end, he said, "What exactly does your boss want?" This was exactly what Hua Xiaoheng wanted. He immediately said, "You kidnapped our boss's people, so of course our boss won't let you go. Our boss wants me to ask you, why do you have designs on Miss Gu? How did Miss Gu offend you?" "Offend?" Reinitz shrugged. "She offended me in many ways, but I didn't harm her. Otherwise, you can ask her." "Really? Our boss also wants to know why you went to the Taj Mahal to look for something. Does the thing you're looking for have anything to do with Miss Gu? Let your boss ask me. I don't talk to small fries like you about this kind of thing." Reinitz became arrogant and ignored Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had actually pretended to be He Zhichu's subordinate to interrogate Reinitz in order to test He Zhichu and Reinitz. In fact, with Gu Nianji there, he didn't need to know what they were up to from Reinitz. Now that he realized the relationship between the two of them was a bit subtle, Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything more and turned to leave. After leaving the room, he personally locked Reinitz's room and carried the key with him. He also ordered the two field agents disguised as mercenaries to guard the room carefully and never speak to Reinitz. After arranging the security in the basement, Hua Xiaoheng returned to Gu Nianji's bedroom upstairs. As soon as he entered, he saw Gu Nianji staring at him from the bed. "You're awake." Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he walked over. "Are you hungry? I arranged for someone to cook dinner." This was the second watch, Chapter 1168, Complete Use. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1176. Gu Nianji sat up from the bed and stretched. Her torn sleeves fell down. She pouted and said, "I didn't shower, so I didn't sleep well." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. His heart tightened and he quietly turned around. His voice was a bit urgent. "Go shower, I'll come back later." With that, he quickly left Gu Nianji's master bedroom. Gu Nianji looked at his tall figure in surprise, then looked down at herself. There was nothing wrong. The hunting jacket she was wearing had originally belonged to He Zhichu and was dirty. Now that it had been taken off, there was only a white silk shirt and black skinny pants inside. The silk shirt had been torn, but only the sleeves had been pulled off. The rest was fine, and she was still dressed. Gu Nianji glanced at her exposed arm and got up to shower. Hua Xiaoheng entered the guest room next to Gu Nianji's master bedroom and locked the door. He also quickly went to the bathroom to wash up. He removed the disguise on his face and changed into a clean black t-shirt and camouflage pants before returning to Gu Nianji's room. Gu Nianji had also finished showering and was drying her hair with a hairdryer. When Hua Xiaoheng came in, she turned off the hairdryer and smiled. "Hua Xiao, I almost didn't recognize you just now." However, she still locked onto Hua Xiaoheng's figure at first glance, even though his voice and appearance were different. Hua Xiaoheng walked behind her and bent down to hug her from behind. He smiled. "But you still recognized me." At that time, he was really a bit worried that Gu Nianji would call out his name. Therefore, he immediately walked over to He Zhichu and reached out to pull him up to show that he was his mercenary subordinate. With Gu Nianji's intelligence, she naturally understood his intentions immediately. As expected, Gu Nianji calmed down after her excitement and didn't make any eye contact with him. Hua Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's shoulder. Thank you. Gu Nianji curled her lips and placed her hand on the back of Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Do we still need to say thank you to each other? Although Hua Xiaoheng had refuted He Zhichu's words, they still pierced his heart like needles. He had to constantly reflect on whether he was as despicable as He Zhichu said. Now that he saw Gu Nianji, his conviction was strengthened. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and leaned over to kiss her. He sat next to her in the opposite direction and told her about Reinitz. Do you know what he's looking for? Gu Nianji glanced at him first. Hua Xiao, did you already know that Reinitz would appear? Do you know that what they're looking for is related to me? Hua Xiaoheng grunted. I only know the gist of it, and there's someone behind Reinitz. However, because Reinitz is too cunning and kept challenging my and Professor He's bottom line, we weren't able to lure the person behind him out in the end. Gu Nianji picked up the comb to comb her hair. She felt a faint sense of joy in her heart and deliberately said casually, Reinitz won't hurt me. Last time, when I copied all their system files as the pink piggy, he let me go. What's more, this time he has a favor to ask of me. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a while and sighed. He nodded and said, Reinitz is too cunning. It's been hard on you this time. He paused and said, my snipers have been locking on to his and his men's positions. As long as he makes a move, we won't be lenient. It wasn't like they hadn't killed people before. As long as Reinitz threatened Gu Nianji's life, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger no matter how powerful he was. Of course, after capturing Reinitz, Reinitz was no longer a threat. Killing him now would only complicate the issue and complicate matters. Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xiaoheng was subtly expressing that he was also concerned about her. She was very happy, but she didn't show it on her face. She mimicked Hua Xiaoheng and said nonchalantly, I knew you would come. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help it anymore and hugged her to kiss her. They kissed for a while before Gu Nianji told him about the note Reinitz found today. That was left behind by my father, Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji paused and said, Reinitz also mentioned my grandfather, Gu Haoze. She then told him about what Reinitz said her grandfather, Gu Haoze, had taken from their bureau. Reinitz and his bureau have been chasing it for more than half a century and have only found some clues now. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. So that thing is related to your grandfather. We didn't know about this. Gu Nianji froze. You know what they're chasing. Then you know about that thing. It's a set of data. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her steadily. His voice was close to hers, low and magnetic. According to the information we received, this data was the secret experimental data that the famous Japanese numerical unit conducted in the northeast of our country during World War II. Later, on the eve of the end of World War II, it was sent to the Gestapo headquarters in Europe, which was Reinitz's bureau. How important is this data? Even the Japanese officers of the numerical unit didn't dare hand it over to the victorious Allies. Instead, they chose to hand it over to the Gestapo in Europe for safekeeping. Later, that set of data was lost for unknown reasons. Reinitz's bureau announced to the public that the data building suddenly caught fire and destroyed many important materials. We didn't believe it at first. In addition to Reinitz, Japan has also been tracking the whereabouts of this set of data. Everyone knew that the infamous numerical unit of Japan had handed over all their experimental data to the victorious Allies, the United States, in exchange for immunity from prosecution. So there was something they didn't dare to exchange for benefits. Gu Nianji's heart sank. It's related to Japan again. Then how did my grandfather get involved in this? Reinitz said that my grandfather was a master of psychology and helped them improve a set of hypnosis methods. But I've never known any master of psychology who was Chinese during World War II. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and his expression became serious. We've never stopped paying attention to anything related to Japan. But your grandfather's situation is indeed new information. We didn't know about it before. I've checked the few clinics mentioned on the note you mentioned earlier. As he spoke, he handed the phone to Gu Nianji. Look, Gu Nianji took Hua Xiaoheng's phone and looked down. Badi Fertility Assistance Center, Labadoo Projects Parental Treatment Center, Das Fertility Medical Clinic, Legiuan Infertility Treatment Center. They're all clinics here. That's convenient. We can go take a look. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes contained a hint of a smile as he nodded. We'll go tomorrow. I feel like this is a bit unreasonable. I hope the results won't be unexpected. Gu Nianji looked at the names of the clinics again and took out her phone to key in. Then she opened her hacking app and entered the back-end system of the clinic's official websites in less than a minute. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He shook his head with a smile. Are you addicted to hacking? I can't help it. Hua Xiao can just pretend he didn't see it. My father specifically mentioned these clinics. I can't help it. Gu Nianji didn't even look up. Her fingers flew across her phone as she searched for the back-end data and information. The official website was filled with patients' personal data. Gu Nianji wasn't interested and didn't find anything interesting. Just as she was about to log out, she saw an interface that led to the official website's financial system. Her heart skipped a beat and she clicked on it. Entering the clinic's financial system, Gu Nianji could see at a glance that the clinic received a large amount of charitable donations. As a clinic that treated infertility, shouldn't they be making a lot of money? Why would they need charitable donations? Gu Nianji also roughly looked at the clinic's financial situation. Even without the large amount of charitable donations, the clinics were still very profitable. It was interesting that such a profitable clinic received such a large amount of donations every year. Gu Nianji dug deeper. She discovered that the clinic's financial system actually hid the donors' documents. Most people wouldn't have discovered it, but unfortunately, it was Gu Nianji who they met. Gu Nianji only took 5 minutes to crack the password to the hidden documents and discover the real donor behind the scenes, Angel in the World. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She immediately hacked the official websites of several other clinics. Without exception, she discovered that these clinics all received large charitable donations. And the donors of these clinics were all from the same charity fund, Angel in the World. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. No wonder Angel in the World wanted the Gu family's assets. Long before they coveted the Gu family's assets, they had invested all of their own huge assets into these clinics. Hua Xiao, look. Gu Nianji showed Hua Xiaoheng what she discovered. This was the third watch, chapter 1169, coming to the surface. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. Mwah. Chapter 1177. Hua Xiaoheng froze when he saw that all these clinics had accepted donations from the Angels on Earth Charity Foundation. He couldn't help but recall a piece of information. He thought about it for a while, and his gaze gradually deepened as he said slowly. That foundation is from Japan, right? Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, the law firm I hired is currently in a lawsuit against this foundation in their country. I heard that if I win, this foundation will have to cough up everything even if it goes bankrupt. If they couldn't repay it, they would have to mortgage all their assets to Gu Nianji. In other words, if the clinics they donated to had signed a donation contract beforehand and weren't free funding, then these clinics were also providing services to Gu Nianji. Not all of the charity's money was given for free. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed even tighter. He seemed to have thought of something, and his brows twitched slightly. His gaze quickly swept from Gu Nianji's face to the information of the clinics on his phone. Looks like we need to go there tomorrow to take a look, Hua Xiaoheng muttered. Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. I'll go too. This kind of place is too strange. It's supposed to be a normal clinic, but it's mixed up with that horrible foundation. It's weird to see. Leave it to me. Don't worry. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. Are you hungry? Let's go down for dinner. Gu Nianji happily agreed and went to the bathroom to change out of her bathrobe. She put on the torn shirt and He Jichu's men's hunting jacket over it before coming out of the bathroom. Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her arm unhappily, his expression slightly dark. Why are you still wearing this? It's all dirty. Gu Nianji shook her head nonchalantly. It's fine. I can't go down in torn clothes, can I? She opened the hunting jacket to reveal her smooth shoulders. Look, my clothes are torn. I don't have anything else to change into. This was He Jichu's temporary residence in India. Gu Nianji had been sent in while asleep, so she didn't have anything else to change into. Hua Xiaoheng was a bit speechless. He opened the master bedroom closet and searched for a long time, but didn't find any women's clothing. There were only some men's t-shirts and shirts. Hua Xiaoheng saw that the t-shirts still had tags on them, so they were brand new. He picked the smallest size for Gu Nianji and put on a white men's shirt. Gu Nianji tucked her t-shirt into the waistband of her trousers and wore the men's shirt like a long coat. The sleeves were rolled up high and piled on her elbows. It looked very interesting. Hua Xiaoheng took her downstairs and said, "Let's buy some clothes tomorrow." Gu Nianji quickly said, "I don't have time to go shopping. Why don't you go to the hotel where Speaker Long and I are staying and get my suitcase?" This reminded Hua Xiaoheng. He took out his phone and said to Gu Nianji, "Go eat. I'll make a call first." Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xiaoheng probably had work to report, so she nodded obediently and went to the dining room to eat alone. The Special Operations Forces field personnel that Hua Xiaoheng had brought along this time were also in the dining room. About a dozen of them were enthusiastically watching this country's television. Whether it was news, TV dramas, or entertainment programs, they were all jokes in their eyes. One by one, they laughed so hard that they staggered from side to side, lying on the table and complaining that their stomachs hurt. Gu Nianji walked in and greeted them with a smile. "Ha! What's so funny?" The field personnel who was Hua Xiaoheng's driver recognized Gu Nianji and quickly pulled out a chair for her to sit down. He said with a smile, "I was watching a series on their TV station just now. The woman was shot in the head by a sniper, and there was such a big black bullet hole in the middle of her forehead. She didn't die, but she said her last words in the male lead's arms for 20 minutes. Pfft. Gu Nianji looked up and saw the large TV screen opposite her. There was a big black hole in the woman's forehead, and she was grabbing the male lead's hand with great sorrow and nagging. Awkward. Gu Nianji shook her head and smiled as she knocked the spoon on the bowl. "Where's dinner? I'm hungry." Hua Xiaoheng took his phone and walked to the grass behind the villa. He looked up at the stars in the night sky. This was a wealthy area, and even the night sky seemed to be much brighter. The air was fresh, and the sky was dotted with stars. There was also a bright half-moon. Every family had a flower garden with all kinds of flowers. It was late spring, and the shadows were sparse, and the fragrance of the fragrance wafted. It really was like a paradise. Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath and dialed General Ji's number. At this time, it was around midnight in the imperial capital. He didn't know if General Ji was working overtime or already asleep. He originally wanted to leave a message, but he didn't expect the phone to only ring once before General Ji picked up. "Xiaoheng. How's the situation?" General Ji looked at the time. Hua Xiaoheng shouldn't be in Country R, where the International Special Forces competition was taking place. Hua Xiaoheng's expression relaxed slightly, and he said calmly, "Everything is normal, but there's a situation outside of the plan." I want to ask for your instructions. General G said without hesitation, Xiaoheng, I trust you. You can make your own decisions according to the situation. You don't have to ask me for instructions. You know, the situation outside is ever-changing. As long as you firmly remember, any decision you make must put the interests of the country and its people first. Yes. Hua Xiaoheng's heart warmed to receive his superior's unconditional support. He immediately replied, I know. Then he explained Gu Nianji's situation again. In the end, he said, I want Nianji to follow us. As for Speaker Long, I will call him. I will say that you know about it and ask Nianji to cooperate with our department's work. General Ji agreed without hesitation. No problem. If Old Long has any questions or dissatisfaction, you can push them all to me. He then reminded Hua Xiaoheng, don't let Old Long know that you called him, understand? Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. What kind of person did he do for a job? How could he make such a low-level mistake? Speaker Long had always maintained a cautious and watchful attitude toward their department. He wouldn't walk right into the trap and ask for trouble. After reporting to General Ji, Hua Xiaoheng used the voice changer to call Speaker Long. The phone rang a few times before someone picked it up. It was one of Speaker Long's special assistants, but it wasn't Special Assistant Yang. The person looked at the number. It was an unfamiliar number. Thinking that the other party had called the wrong number, he asked suspiciously, may I ask who this is? Hua Xiaoheng used the high-quality voice changer made by the special forces to make the call. Even if the other party had audio analysis, they wouldn't be able to crack it. This time, he used a slightly higher baritone voice to talk to the other side. He coughed and said, I'm looking for Speaker Long. I'm from Department 6. When the special forces contacted their own people overseas, they would usually say that they were from Department 6. When the special assistant heard that it was Department 6, he immediately became respectful. Please wait for a moment. I'll go find Speaker Long right away. Speaker Long was in a meeting with his entourage in the room. The person knocked on the door with an anxious expression. Speaker Long, there's an urgent call. Speaker Long immediately stopped the meeting and quickly walked out to answer the call. As soon as he heard that it was Department 6, he immediately asked, may I ask what's the matter? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his voice and said, we have orders from our superiors to ask Miss Gu to assist us in a secret mission. Miss Gu? You mean Nianji? But she's missing. Speaker Long said bitterly. I'm arranging for people to look for her. Don't worry, I'll find her even if I have to turn this entire city upside down. Hua Xiaoheng said. There's no need. Miss Gu is with us. I just wanted to let you know. Speaker Long was overjoyed when he heard this. The gloomy expression on his face finally dissipated. Are you serious? She's really with you? Yes, she's having dinner. I'll ask her to call you later and bring her luggage from the hotel. Also, there's a major problem with Special Assistant Yang. We're investigating him now. Please assist us in our investigation and detain him immediately. Okay, no problem. I'll send someone to arrest him immediately. Speaker Long's mind was completely filled with news about Gu Nianji. He laughed happily. Okay. Sorry for the trouble. Nianji has never traveled far and is still young. Please bear with her and take good care of her. Knowing that Gu Nianji was fine and was with his own people, Speaker Long was truly happy. He went from extreme anger and sadness to extreme joy and excitement in an instant. He felt as if his blood vessels were running out. After Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone, Speaker Long collapsed on the sofa and almost couldn't move. The special assistant reacted quickly and immediately called the accompanying special healthcare doctor to give Speaker Long oxygen and injections. Only then did his condition improve. As soon as Speaker Long's condition improved, he quickly ordered Special Assistant Yang to be detained. Special Assistant Yang couldn't get in touch with the Secret Service elites all day and was burning with anxiety. Especially when he learned that Rong Mingxing had returned safely, he felt a sense of despair. He tried to test Rong Mingxing several times, but Rong Mingxing was much more cunning than before. She had been with other embassy staff and didn't answer his calls at all. He went to the embassy once, but Rong Mingxing also avoided him. Without the help of the Secret Service elites, Special Assistant Yang found it difficult to move at all. He couldn't do anything, let alone silence Rong Mingxing. However, Rong Mingxing didn't make any special moves. She didn't even take the initiative to talk to Speaker Long. Special Assistant Yang held onto a little hope and stayed by Speaker Long's side. It wasn't until he heard Speaker Long talking to someone on the phone and knew that Gu Nianji was fine that he acted like he was facing a formidable enemy and wanted to escape without bringing anything. Before he could run out of the hotel door, he was caught by Speaker Long's bodyguards. "What are you doing? I'm the first secretary of the embassy. You can't do this to me." Before Special Assistant Yang could finish yelling, the bodyguard who caught him sealed his mouth with a piece of tape, then tied him up and took him back to the hotel room to be detained. After Gu Nianji finished dinner, Hu Xiaoheng asked her to call Speaker Long. When Speaker Long heard Gu Nianji's voice coming from the phone, his heart finally calmed down. Okay. You can assist the comrades of the 6th Bureau. Don't worry about us. We will be departing for Huaxia soon." Speaker Long was very reluctant to part with Gu Nianji. "You have to pay attention to your safety. Don't show off when you're outside. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Do you hear me? I'm still waiting for you to come back and train you well." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1170, Unconditional Support. It was the third update today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1178. Thank you, Speaker Long. Gu Nianji was very touched and held the phone with excitement. Her voice trembled as she said, "Don't worry, I will return to work immediately after assisting them with their mission. You have to keep this a secret for me." No problem. I know." Speaker Long nodded repeatedly. "You are serving the country, so the Senate will definitely strongly support you. I will have someone write it in your resume." Gu Nianji was a little embarrassed and quickly said, No need. I said it's a secret, so don't leave any traces." "You can't say that." Speaker Long smiled very comfortably. "You work for the 6th Division and bring glory to the Senate. I will remember that. Don't worry." Speaker Long was getting on in years, and it wasn't easy for him to find a suitable successor, so he treasured him very much. Gu Nianji was young, and Speaker Long felt that although she was very capable, her temperament was unstable, so he intended to let her go out to hone herself. Gu Nianji was excited by Speaker Long's words and also told him about Rong Mingxing. "Speaker Long, there is one more thing. Rong Mingxing helped us a lot this time, so you have to give her credit." When she mentioned Rong Mingxing, Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of Special Assistant Yang and Rong Mingxing alone in the embassy. If Special Assistant Yang wanted to do something bad, Rong Mingxing's life might be in danger. Therefore, after thinking about it, Gu Nianji decided to tell him that Special Assistant Yang had colluded with a foreign Secret Service elite to harm her and Rong Mingxing. She also said that the 6th Department had coincidentally rescued her and Rong Mingxing when they were tracking the Secret Service elite. This way, she could cover up Rong Mingxing and her experience and create the conditions for the Special Operations Forces to appear in this country. Finally, she said, Speaker Long, Rong Mingxing has evidence of Special Assistant Yang colluding with foreign Secret Service elites. I also have evidence, but I can't go back right now. Please be careful, lest he becomes desperate. Speaker Long originally thought that Special Assistant Yang was just jealous. He never expected him to have the courage to collude with foreign hostile forces to harm his own compatriots and comrades. Don't worry, I won't let any of these traitors go. Speaker Long's voice became ruthless. He had always been good-tempered and was known as the good guy in the political arena, but when he was young, he had a nickname, Smiling Tiger. He hadn't shown his might for so many years that his subordinates were treating him like a sick cat, right? I believe that Speaker Long will be able to bring those traitors to justice. Gu Nianji said, clenching her fists. Don't worry, Special Assistant Yang has been locked up. Speaker Long calmed himself down and said pleasantly, after your luggage is picked up, we will set off for the Huaxia Empire. Nianji, you'll have to rely on yourself from now on. Be careful. You're not part of Division 6, so you don't have to rush to the front. Do you understand what I mean? Gu Nianji nodded. I know. As he spoke, he wanted to help Rong Mingxing again. Speaker Long, since something has happened to Special Assistant Yang, Rong Mingxing will be in an awkward position at the embassy here. She has been a great help to me, and she is stuck to her principles and bottom line in the face of major issues. I hope you can reconsider recruiting her into the Parliament Secretariat. I'd say she'd be a very promising Senate worker. Speaker Long didn't agree right away. He simply said, I will talk to her. Special Assistant Yang's case will definitely require Rong Mingxing's cooperation in the investigation. She was going to return to the Huaxia Empire with us anyway. Gu Nianji was relieved and said with a smile, Speaker Long, I trust you. I'll leave Rong Mingxing in your care. You child, you still have to take care of yourself. Why are you always thinking about others? Although he hadn't spent much time with Gu Nianji, Speaker Long already felt that Gu Nianji was actually a very sentimental and good girl. If others treated her well, she would want to return the favor 10 times over. Of course, if you did anything bad to her, she wouldn't relent. Speaker Long was very appreciative of his sincerity and persistence. He had been immersed in politics for so many years, and he knew that this kind of person was the most reassuring. He didn't have to worry that she wasn't capable enough and would cause trouble for him, nor did he have to worry that one day, she would stab him in the back. Only people like this could be nurtured with peace of mind. After ending the call with Speaker Long, Gu Nianji felt that her face was burning. She put away her phone, touched her face, and found that it was really warm. Hu Xiaoheng called out to her from the corridor, Nianji, come in after the call. Don't catch a cold at night. Gu Nianji turned around and smiled at him. Under the moonlight, her face was as bright as the epiphyllum under the moon, pale to the extreme and incomparably beautiful. Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he suppressed the fire in his heart and waved for her to come over. Gu Nianji walked up the corridor on the steps and said with a smile, when will my suitcase arrive? I've already sent someone to pick it up. It should be soon. Hu Xiaoheng took her hand and brought it to his lips to kiss it. He said in a very low voice. I'll go to your room tonight. Gu Nianji smiled noncommittally and didn't say a word. She gently pushed him away and turned to walk in. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and looked at Gu Nianji's back. A smile flashed in his eyes. The little girl had really grown up. Not only had she grown up, but she also knew how to seduce people. The next morning, Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng woke up almost at the same time. Morning. Morning. The two looked at each other and ended a long morning kiss. We're going to visit a few clinics today. Which one do you want to visit first? Hu Xiaoheng got out of bed first to get dressed. He put on a pair of loose desert camouflage pants and a camouflage t-shirt to cover his strong, weak-colored upper body. Gu Nianji hugged the blanket and sat up. "Where's my suitcase? My clothes and things are all in there." Hu Xiaoheng picked up his phone and called his subordinate's number. "Where did you put Miss Gu's suitcase?" "Boss, it's just outside Miss Gu's bedroom." Hu Xiaoheng turned off his phone and went out to open the door. He took Gu Nianji's suitcase inside and turned to leave. As soon as he closed the door, he saw He Jichu standing at the door of the opposite room and looking at him coldly. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. "Professor He, did you sleep well?" Hu Xiaoheng nodded slightly and greeted him as if nothing had happened. He Jichu closed his eyes and said coldly, "I heard you want Nianji to follow you." "Not me, it's us." Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms. "Me, you, and our mercenary." He Jichu looked at him expressionlessly and put his hands in his trouser pockets. His voice was even colder. "Why? Didn't we already catch Reinitz? What else do you want? The situation has changed." Hu Xiaoheng briefly explained the situation of the clinics that he had investigated yesterday. "We're going to those clinics to see for ourselves today." He Jichu heard that it had something to do with the angels and the world charity again and rubbed his brows in frustration. "Are you guys done yet? The charity is about to be sued. When that happens, everything in the charity will belong to Nianji. Do you guys really have to go see them now? But this has something to do with Nianji's father." Hu Xiaoheng stared at He Jichu and didn't miss his every move. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't you want Nianji to find her father as soon as possible?" He Jichu became even more frustrated but didn't say anything. He only waved his hand. "Up to you guys." He then turned and walked towards the stairs. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry to go down. Instead, he leaned against the wall by the door and waited for Gu Nianji. After Gu Nianji freshened up, she changed into a lake green lace cropped dress with 2 pockets on both sides. Gu Nianji liked it the most. She opened the bedroom door and saw Hu Xiaoheng leaning against the wall by the door. She was surprised. "Hu Xiao, you didn't go down. You should call me Alex." Hu Xiaoheng reminded her. "Don't let it slip in front of Reinitz." Alex was, of course, Hu Xiaoheng's mercenary alias. It wasn't his real English name. He didn't have a real English name. Gu Nianji nodded quickly and immediately corrected herself. "Alex, do you want to go for breakfast? When are we leaving?" They talked as they walked and arrived at the dining room on the first floor. The field personnel from the Special Operations Forces had already finished eating and were now working out in the gym. He Jichu sat alone in the dining room. Seeing the two of them walk in, He Jichu snapped his fingers and asked for the dishes to be served. He said, "You guys can make your own arrangements from now on. I won't interfere." Gu Nianji sat across from He Jichu and said with a smile, "Professor He, we want to go to those clinics today. Won't you come with us?" He Jichu didn't even look up as he replied dryly, "No, I'm very busy." Hu Xiaoheng sat down next to Gu Nianji and smiled. "Nianji and I plan to pretend to be a husband and wife seeking a child and go to the clinics for consultation." He Jichu immediately looked up at him. His gaze was like lightning as he objected. "You and Nianji are pretending to be husband and wife." "Absolutely not." This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1171, pretending to be a husband and wife. It was the third watch of the day. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1179. Gu Nianji also choked at Hu Xiaoheng's description of pretending to be a husband and wife seeking children. She was drinking milk, and when she heard this, she choked and almost spat it out. Hu Xiaoheng reached out and patted her back with a smile. Drink slowly. No one's going to steal it from you. His voice and demeanor were gentle and considerate like never before. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at Hu Xiaoheng. She was afraid someone would steal her milk. She clearly choked at his words. She was certain that Hu Xiaoheng knew the reason but still deliberately twisted the truth. He was really evil. He Jichu gripped his knife and fork so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. The moment he heard Hu Xiaoheng say, husband and wife, he still lost control. He thought he could get over it and see her live a good life, but when he heard the word, husband and wife, he realized it wasn't so easy to accept this reality. She was supposed to be his wife, but now she was smiling sweetly and being gentle with someone else. There was a knife above the word tolerance. If he really tolerated it, it would be like stabbing his heart with a knife. He Jichu took a deep breath and tried to speak as calmly as possible. You're now the leader of the mercenaries around me. Do you think pretending to be husband and wife with Nianji won't expose your identity? I can disguise myself, Hu Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. He stared at the half-foot-tall fish burger in front of him for a long time, then slowly picked it up with his hand and took a bite. Also, if that clinic is as problematic as you said and is closely related to the angels in the World Charity Foundation in Japan, then it must be under close surveillance. What identity do you plan to use if you just barge in like this? He Jichu expressed his worry and quickly glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's lake green lace dress and Hu Xiaoheng's camouflage uniform looked eye-catching and piercing. Hu Xiaoheng finished half of his fish burger and said slowly, we must be pretending to be Japanese. I know a few words of their language. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. Oh. But I don't understand. Why do we have to pretend to be Japanese? Can't we use our country's identity? Hu Xiaoheng looked at her meaningfully and said with a smile, trust me, pretending to be Japanese will have an unexpected effect. It seemed like there was a hidden meaning in his words. Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xiaoheng had more information than they did, so he must have his reasons for saying this. She kept quiet, which was a tacit agreement. He Jichu opened his mouth and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. In the end, he decided not to get involved in their business. He said dryly, actually, that foundation spent so much money and worked for so many years without any results. I don't know why you guys spent so much effort to investigate. Is it fun to do something that has no result? His voice was like a basin of cold water splashed over, cold and indifferent, like the tinkling sound of ice and jade colliding. Gu Nianji frowned. Professor, he has a point. Alex, are we taking them too seriously? Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. We won't know if it's serious until we see it. His gaze swept across Gu Nianji's face. Just because I haven't succeeded now doesn't mean I haven't succeeded in the past. Also, as long as they keep doing it, there will be a day when they can solve the problem and achieve continuous success. We can't wait until that day to act. He still insisted on that point of view. For humans, technological progress was unstoppable. But for the country, key individuals were too important. Those outstanding disciplines relied heavily on leading scientists. Losing one could cause the country's advanced advantage to fall back at least 10 years, or even 50 years in serious cases. Gu Nianji also felt that Hu Xiaoheng's words made sense. She said thoughtfully, I remember that the United States of America on the other side of the blue planet was able to send astronauts to the moon and back half a century ago. But now, they can't even launch a spacecraft to the moon again, let alone send astronauts to the moon and back again. If the moon landing was real and not faked, then it meant that the loss of technology was completely real. It was said that technological progress was irreversible, but technological development didn't progress in a straight line, but in a spiral. Then she thought about why the Gestapo, represented by Reinitz, was still tracking down a lost piece of data after half a century. Gu Nianji suddenly felt enlightened. She nodded firmly. I have to go see it for myself. He Jichu was silent for a long time. I'll go with you. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips in satisfaction. Professor He, you're not busy anymore. He Jichu had just used busy as an excuse to reject Gu Nianji's suggestion. He Jichu snickered and scratched his knife twice on his plate. You make it sound so serious. Of course I have to make time to see it no matter how busy I am. Gu Nianji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng wanted to provoke He Jichu a few more times, but Gu Nianji secretly kicked him under the table. She frowned at him and made a disapproving expression. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and raised his chin. He deliberately said, Why did you kick me? You want me to shut up? Fine, I'll shut up and won't argue with Professor He. Are you satisfied now? Gu Nianji's little face flushed. She was extremely embarrassed, and her already large eyes widened even more. What was wrong with this person? He was deliberately arguing with her in front of others and provoking him in front of Professor He. He Jichu couldn't bear to listen anymore and threw his knife away. The knife fell on the half-empty plate, making a crisp clang. He said stiffly. Let me know when you're leaving. He left the dining room without looking back. Gu Nianji turned around and watched He Jichu's lonely figure disappear at the entrance of the dining room. She felt a little sad. She didn't have romantic feelings for He Jichu, but that didn't mean she could take his feelings for granted and ignore it. When someone loved you with all his heart, even if you couldn't accept it, you couldn't treat it lightly. She felt that Hua Xiaoheng had gone too far and glared at him. She put down her knife and fork and got up to leave. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and quickly grabbed Gu Nianji's wrist. He said quietly. Are you angry? Then I'll go apologize to Professor He. He only wanted to test how much He Jichu was hiding, but He Jichu was very indifferent to everything else. No matter how much he provoked him, it was useless. He only had an obsession with Gu Nianji. They were both men, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't really believe that He Jichu had already let go of his feelings for Gu Nianji. And this feeling seemed to be his only weakness. People in Hua Xiaoheng's line of work knew how to use weaknesses to provoke others to achieve their own goals. It was almost instinctive. Gu Nianji didn't turn around and said dryly, Professor He has helped us enough. I hope you won't make things difficult for him anymore. Okay, I understand. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and let go. Gu Nianji immediately took off. As soon as she walked out of the dining room, she saw that He Jichu hadn't gone far. He was leaning against the wall of the dining room door with his arms crossed and a faint smile on his face. Seeing her come out, his shimmering sultry eyes flashed. Nianji, I'm very happy that you spoke up for me. Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched when he heard this from the dining room. This He Jichu had become so cunning. This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 1172, Speak Up for Me. It was the third watch of the day. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets. Mwah. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.